Hello students, welcome to this marathon session regarding the IPMAT exams, and we are going to discuss the previous year questions that are given in various IPMAT exams like IPM Indore, IPM Rohtak, and this session is going to help you immensely in your preparation. So the exposure to the previous exam questions, that will give you an idea of what is the difficulty level and what type of question that you are going to face in the examination, and how short a man, like in a simple way, we can answer them. We are going to conduct this session of all the three areas. We are going to start with logical reasoning now, then it is going to be quant, and then it's going to be verbal ability and reading comprehension. So please do join and be connected, and we are going to discuss all the previous exam questions. Let us start. Okay, this is from IPMAT Indore 2022. Okay, let us read the information. A showroom is open on all 7 days of the week. A showroom is open on all 7 days of the week throughout the year. There are 5 employees. How many? 5 employees. What are their names? Alex, Baba, Kathy, Dilip, and Ethan, who work in the showroom. So we are talking about the 5 employees who are working in that showroom. Every day except Sunday, 2 employees are required, while on Sunday 3 employees are need to work. So they work on all the 7 days of the week, and on Sunday 3 employees work, and the rest of the days 2 employees work. Every employee works for 3 days. So Alex works for 3 days, Baba works for 3 days, Kathy works for 3 days, like that. Each of them works for 3 days. Some additional information is also provided. What is that? Every employee works on 2 consecutive days, while the third day is not consecutive. It is given that every employee works for 3 days. Among those 3 days, 2 days are consecutive days, 1 is not consecutive. Alex and Dilip work together on Tuesday and Wednesday, while other working day differs for them. So what is the meaning of this? The other working days differ for them implies that Alex and Dilip both work on Tuesday and Wednesday together. So out of the 3 days that each employee works, Alex works on Tuesday and Wednesday, and Dilip also works on Tuesday and Wednesday. The third time when they work, they should not be together. On Tuesday and Wednesday they are together, but their third working day it differs, implies that they should not be together. Neither Baba nor Kathy works with Alex on any day. Kathy does not work either on Saturday or on Monday. So this is the information that we have, and several questions are given based on that. Number of days Baba and Kathy work together in a week. The consecutive days on which Ethan works are. Which among the following employees do not work together on any of the days? Employees who work on Sunday are one of the days Alex works on is. So this data is given followed by 5 questions. So even if you have to spend little time in solving this, you have 5 questions to answer. So it may take about 7 to 8 minutes for you to solve, but you will be able to answer all the 5 questions within a second or two. Okay. So let us take the information in a tabular form. So it is clear that we have to find out the 5 employees who works on which of the 7 days. So let us put it in a tabular form like this. Okay, that will help you in taking down the data in a simple manner. These are the employees. So we have just taken the first letter of their name. Okay, so A, B, C, D, Ethan and Baba, Kathy, we are taking the first letter. What are the information that we have? Every employee works for 3 days, right? And on Sunday 3 employees work, on all other days 2 employees work. Okay, remember there is one condition that among the 3 days that an employee works, 2 are on consecutive days and the third one is not consecutive with those 2 days. That's what we have to keep in mind. Okay, let us take down each of the pieces of information that is given. So this is what it is: 2 consecutive days, while the third one is not consecutive. Alex and Dilip work together on Tuesday and Wednesday. So on Tuesday, Alex and Dilip work together, and also Wednesday. And only 2 employees work on Tuesday and Wednesday. So none of these B, C, E work on these 2 days. Got it? Okay. Now the other day, work day for Alex and Dilip, we have to take. There should not be consecutive with the 2 days. So we cannot take Alex or Dilip here. Similarly, we cannot take Alex or Dilip here. And when we take for the next time, those 2 should not be together. Neither Baba nor Kathy works with Alex on any day. Okay. So neither Baba nor Kathy works with Alex on any day. Okay. Now that is the information that we have to incorporate here. Kathy does not work either on Saturday or on Monday. So Kathy does not work either on Saturday or on Monday. Okay, this is the given information, and this piece of information still we have to use. Now tell me, when you observe at this point of time, what can we conclude? Each employee works on 3 days, right? So for Kathy, these are the only 3 days that are left for us. So we can now say that Kathy works on Sunday, Thursday and Friday. Okay. Now, whenever Kathy works on those days, here we have neither Baba nor Kathy works with Alex on any day. So since Kathy works here, Alex does not work on this day. Since Kathy works on Sunday, Alex does not work on Sunday. But Alex has to work for 3 days, right? So what are those 3 days here? Tuesday, Wednesday and Saturday. Now what can we conclude? Look at the given clues. Neither Baba nor Kathy works with Alex on any day. Here Alex is working, so neither Baba will not work on this day. Okay. And then Alex and Dilip, they have to be the third time when they work together, they should work on different days. Since Alex is here, Dilip cannot be on Saturday. but there should be two persons working on Saturday. So that is, one is Alex and the other one is going to be Ethan, right? Okay. Now here we have, what is the other information we have? Monday, look at the table carefully. What are the other things that we can fill? Monday, Alex does not work, Kathy does not work, and D will not work. Dilip will not work. So we need two people to work on Monday. So they are Baba and Ethan. Okay. Next, what? At this point of time, what else can we conclude? Observe this table very carefully. Each employee works on 3 days. Among them, 2 are on consecutive days and third one is not consecutive. Now, look at this. Ethan is working on, it continues on all, throughout the year, they work on all the 7 days. So consecutive days, even Saturday, Sunday, Monday will also be consecutive days. It's not that week is ending on Saturday, but they are going to continue work again on Sunday. So Saturday, Sunday, Monday will also be 3 consecutive days. Ethan is working on Saturday and on Monday. So definitely should not work on Sunday. Otherwise, it will become 3 consecutive days for Ethan. Okay. Now, there should be 3 persons working on Sunday. It is not Alex, it's not Ethan. So it has to be Baba, Dilip, and Kathy. Okay, now here we have to find out now who is the other day when Ethan is working. Alex and Dilip work together and they work on different days. That we have got. Dilip we have on all these days. Neither Baba nor Kathy work on other days. Now look at this. Here, Baba worked on 2 consecutive days here, but we have to take Baba for one more time here or here on one of these 2 days. Dilip does not work here because for Dilip we got all the 3 days. Okay. Now, when does Ethan work here? Just observe this carefully and try to find out when does Baba work and when does Ethan work. Ethan has to work on 2 consecutive days, right? And here he is working on Monday. With Monday, neither he is working on Sunday nor on Tuesday, but he has to work on 2 consecutive days. So, has to work on Friday. Now, we got both the people on Friday. Now, we take cross mark here. And for Ethan, we got all the 3 days. So, we put a cross mark here. Now, this is when the second person to work on Thursday is Baba. So, these are the 3 people working on Sunday, and these 2 are working on Monday, and these 2 are working on Tuesday and Wednesday, that is already given. Okay, and these 2 are working on Thursday, and Kathy and Ethan, they are working on Friday. Alex and Ethan are working on Saturday. We got the complete table. So these are the points which are being repeatedly used. The information very short, but at several stages we have to keep using this information and this information. Okay. Now, if you look at the questions to be answered, the number of days Baba and Kathy work together in a week. Baba and Kathy, they work together on Sunday and on Thursday. These are the 2 days. Okay, option D is the answer. The consecutive days on which Ethan works are, Ethan works on Friday and Saturday on 2 consecutive days. Friday and Saturday. Which among the following employees do not work together on any day of any of the days? Do not work together. Kathy and Dilip, they work together on Sunday, that we know. Baba and Dilip. Baba and Dilip, they are also working together on Sunday. Dilip and Ethan. Dilip and Ethan, they are not working together on any day. Okay, these two are not working together on any day. Employees who work on Sunday are. So it is Baba, Kathy, and Dilip. These are the three who work on Sunday. One of the days Alex works on is. Alex works on which of the days? Alex works on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday. Saturday is among the given options. So this is little tricky, but a careful analysis will take you through the puzzle. Only thing is that you have to ensure that you don't skip any statement, any information, and keep each of those clues in your mind while you are solving. Okay. Now this is another puzzle. Let us say this is from IPMAT Indore 2023. IPM Indore, the pattern is that they give you one set of LR puzzle as part of the quant MCQ section. Okay. Now read the information here. A pharmaceutical company has tested 5 drugs. How many drugs? 5 drugs on 3 different organisms. Okay, 5 drugs and 3 different organisms. The following incomplete table reports if a drug works on the given organism. For example, drug A works on organism R. So A R, it is indicated by a tick mark. Implies that drug A works on organism R, while B and C work on Q. So B works on Q and C also works on Q. This is only incomplete information that we have. What further information do we have? Each drug works on at least one organism, but not more than 2 organisms. So every drug, if you look at any drug, it works on at least one and not more than 2. So against a drug, we cannot have more than 2 tick marks. It should be the 1 tick mark or 2 tick marks while filling the table. Each organism can be treated with at least 2 and at most 3 of these 5 drugs. What does it mean? Each organism, that is, if you look at organism P, it can be treated with at least 2 and at most 3. So here Q can be treated as of now by B and C. There can be only one more drug, at most 3. Okay. If you look at any organism column, we should get tick marks against at least 2 drugs or at most 3 drugs. It should not be just 1 drug, or it cannot be more than 3 drugs. On whichever organism A works, B also works. Right? On whichever organism A works, B also works. Implies that A works on organism R, it implies that B also works on organism R. Similarly, on whichever organism C works, D also works. Okay? Wherever C works, and that D also works. D and E do not work on the same organism. So this is a pieces of information that we have. And what kind of questions are given? Let us see. Organism R can be treated with which of these drugs? drug E works on which of these organisms? The organism that can be treated with 3 of these 5 drugs is drug D works on organism P can be treated with. So essentially we have to find out which drug works on which of the organisms. Okay, let us take the information in this table here. What are the information, additional pieces of information that we have? Wherever, okay, each drug works on at least one organism but not more than 2 organisms. So each of them work on 1 or 2 organisms. Each one works on at least 1 or 2 organisms. One or 2. And each drug works on at least one, and each organism can be treated with at least 2 and at most 3 of the 5 drugs. So here 2 or 3, minimum 2 and maximum 3. Okay, for each of these organisms, 2, minimum 2 or maximum 3 organisms work on each of these, drugs work on each of these organisms. So wherever A works, B also works. Wherever C works, D also works. Okay. Wherever A works, B also works. Wherever C works, D also works. And wherever D works, E does not work. That is the other information that is given to us. D and E do not work on the same organism. So this is the information with which we have to fill the table. Okay, straight away what is that we can identify? Wherever C works, D works. Since C works on Q, D also works on Q. Yeah, then what else? Immediately what we can identify? That we have identified 3 drugs which work on Q. At most only 3 drugs work on each organism. So now we can say that A does not work on Q, E also does not work on Q, right? Now wherever A works, B also works. Okay, A works on R, so B also works on R. The moment we write a tick mark against B in the column R, now what can we say? Immediately we can say that now we have identified 2 organisms on which B works. Any drug works on maximum 2 organisms. So now we put a cross mark here. Okay. Now uh, here wherever A works, B works. Okay, this is done. Now we have to look at the other way or the things on which P works. Now D and E do not work together on the same organ. Wherever D works, E does not work. Okay, so only one of these is going to work on P. Now think carefully and tell me what can we say about the part which is not filled. I'll just give you 2 minutes time. Think. Say how you can go about it. Let you also think for a while instead of me going on explaining. Have a look at this. These are the clues that you have to keep in mind. If you want, you can also have a look at the information here. Each work drugs on at least one organism but not more than two. Each organ can be treated with at least 2 at most 3. And whichever organism A works, B also works. Similarly, wherever C works, D also works. D and A do not work together. Okay. Just one way of looking at it, if you are not getting idea, is go by trial and error. You can make a trial and error report. Let us assume that this works on so and so organism, and you can go about that way. Okay. Now let us see any responses from you. Any responses? I want some response from one of you. Please post your answer. Or if you are unable to go ahead, try the trial and error method. I want some response from you. Just think, these are all very good puzzles to solve. We identified all the 3 drugs on which drugs that work on organism Q, and we have found out 2 for R. Maybe the third one also works on R. And for P, so far we have not found any of them. And for A, we found 1 drug. For B, we found 2 drugs. 2 organisms. For A, we found 1 organism. For C, we found 1. For D, we found 1. So now, look at this. R works on maximum how many? 3. Now, both if we say that C works on organism R, you should also work on even D should also work on that. Yes or no? If C works on organism R, then D should also work on organism R. Then it will be 4. So now we can say that definitely C does not work on organism R. If C works, we have to put a cross mark against D also. Okay. What else? What can we do next? For R, we got 2 tick marks and 1 cross mark. For C, we got 1 tick and 1 cross. Okay. What else? E has to work on minimum 1 organism. Let us say E works on organism P. It has to work on P or R, one of them. It has to minimum. It can also work on both. So we cannot have D because E and D do not work together on the same organism. Now look at this. Can we take A here? Do we say that A works on organism P? It does not, because wherever A works, B also should also work. But we already know that B does not work on organism P. So A does not work here. When A does not work on organism P, now we need 2 drugs to work on organism P. So it has to be C and E. So even if we don't make this assumption, here what happens? Here, if you take a tick mark for A here, we should also take a tick mark for B. But B already we know that does not work on P. So we cannot take a tick mark there. So P here works on drug C and E work on organism P. Okay. Now here E is already here for 1. and D for 1. And here now let us look at this. Q we have 3, here we have 2, here we have 2. So D and E. Now here if D works, E does not work. If E works, D does not work. So tell me, can we find out which of those two will mean, or are we going to get two tick, one of them a tick mark and the other cross mark, or both cross marks? Just think and tell me. A is working on only one organism, B is working on two organisms. Any responses from you? Okay. Homan, both cross marks. You are saying both cross marks. Why both cross marks? Why both cross marks? When C works, D also works. Where C does not work, still D may work. Wherever C works, it says that D also works. It doesn't mean that when C does not work, D does not work. D still may work. Okay. So now, what else? Let me look at what are the last two. It is one cross and one tick, Niklesh. But you tell me, why can't both be cross marks? Because we already have two drugs that work on R, and we have one drug, E works on one organism, and then D also works on one organism. What are the other responses? If there is C, there should be C. Fine, that's what I'm saying. If there is C, there should be D. If there is no C, it doesn't mean that there should not be D. Still, it can be D. D will work on P. Why D work on P? Aryan Jain. Right. Now, Aryan Jain has pointed out the thing that which I have went wrong here. What is that? I'm waiting for this. None of you have identified that. We have put mark for a C. So, in this place, it should be tick mark. When it is tick mark here, it should be cross mark here. When it is cross mark here, it should be tick mark here. When it is tick for E, it cannot be D. Excellent, Aryan. Good. I'm waiting for this response from you. All right. Okay. Now, with this, let us answer the questions. Yeah, even Shivam also gave that, identified that. Good, very good, Shivam. Now, let us look at the questions. Organism R can be treated with A, B, and E. Option B, right? Drug E works on R. Option A. Now, give me what is the answer for the question here. Yeah, Bhagat, right. You are also right. Okay, give me answer for the third question. The organisms that can be treated with 3 of these 5 drugs is. Let me see who is going to give the answer. The organism that can be treated with 3. It is Q. Drug D works on. Yeah, Homan, you are right. It is Q. Drug D works on. What is the answer for this? drug D works on Q and P and Q. P and Q. Organism P can be treated with C and D. Only C and D, right? Let me see, Niklesh, you have something? No, sir, for the previous question on which organism 3 drugs work, isn't it Q and R? Let me check. Yeah, you are right. It is for Q and R, right? We have chosen the wrong answer. Fine. Yeah, Navya, you are also right. It is Q and R. You are right. Okay. Now, are we done with this? Shall we go to the next one? I want rest of you also to respond. Niklesh, Shivam, Navya, Homan, good. You are all responding. I want more people to respond. Now, let us look at this. In an election, there are 5 constituencies. How many? 5. S1, S2, S3, S4 and S5 with 20 voters each, all of whom voted. 3 parties A, B and C contested the elections. 3 parties A, B and C contested the elections. The party that gets the maximum number of votes in a constituency wins the seat. Okay. So there are 5 constituencies and 3 political parties are contesting the elections A, B and C. And how many votes are there in each constituency? There are 20. In every constituency, 3 was a clear there was a clear winner. So what is the meaning of this? In every constituency, there was a clear winner implies that there is nothing like 2 people getting equal votes and one of them is being being decided as winner in a different way. Nothing of that sort happened. The person whoever is wins, that person clearly got majority. That's what the statement means. So we have some more information. Total number of votes obtained by A, B and C across all constituencies are 49, 35 and 60 respectively. So party A got 49 votes from all the 5 together, 5 constituencies together. Party B got 35 and party C got 16. S2 and S3 were won by C. So C won these 2 constituencies. It implies that party C got the highest votes in these 2 constituencies. While A won only S1. A won only here. These 2 are won by C. Please mind you one thing. Here when it says A won only S1, it implies that it did not win any other constituency. For C, that word only is not used. Be very careful. It definitely won in S2, S3 and we don't have any information about S4 and S5. Maybe C won in one of them. We are not sure. Number of votes obtained by B in S1, S2, S3, S4 and S5 are distinct natural numbers in increasing order. So they are distinct numbers in increasing order. Okay. So for B, it should be S1 to S5, it should be in increasing order. The constituency, okay, these are the questions. That's it. these are the amount these are the pieces of information that we have, and the question that we have to answer are the constituency in which B got lower number of votes compared to A and C is, the number of votes obtained by B in S2 is, assume that A and C had formed an alliance and any voter who voted for either A or C would have voted for this alliance, then the number of seats this alliance would have won is. So we are not going to, let us not get into the question right now. We'll solve the puzzle and then we'll come back to the questions. The number of votes obtained by A in S5 is, comparing the number of votes obtained by A across different constituencies, the lowest number of votes were in which constituency? These are the questions to be answered. Okay, now we are going to take the information in this table. A, B, C, S1, S2, S3, S4, S5. You can also draw this table in your notebook and start filling the table together. Let us do that together. Just take some 20-30 seconds time and draw this table in your notebooks. These are the parties A, B, C, and these are the constituencies, and the number given in the brackets is the number of votes in that constituency, and these are the number of votes won by A across all the constituencies, that is 49. B won 35 votes in all the constituencies together, and C won 16. S2 and S3 were won by C. S2 and S3 they are won by C, while A won only S1. Implies that we cannot take A here, that's it. It doesn't mean that we are going to take B there. C won S2 and S3, and did it win S4 and S5? We are not sure. It may be B and C. What we know is that it cannot be A, that's it. Okay, did you draw the table? Okay, now tell me, just take a few minutes time, I mean a few 30-40 seconds time, and tell me where will you start? What is the first thing that you think that we can fill in the table? I'm giving you 1 minute time. Shivam, Niklesh. Who is going to give me the answer? I'm waiting for your response. Or else you just tell me on which clue shall we work to start with. These are the pieces of information that we have. On which clue shall we start working? So with B's votes, okay, fine, right. Homan, you said it is with B's votes. B's votes, but before that, let me tell you, what is the total number of votes in the constituency? 20. And it is given that if you have read this information carefully, there are 20 voters and all of whom have voted. Everyone voted. Okay. So all the 20 votes have been cast. Now tell me, if C has to win, what is the minimum number of votes C should get? Total 20 votes. If a person has, forget about C or A, if a party has to win, what is the minimum number of votes that? No, Niklesh, it is not about C, it is about B. B has increasing order and that should add up to 35. Yeah, Shivam. But Shivam, it's 11 nodes, but there are 3 parties. So I'm looking, that is, if he gets 11 votes, a party wins. Can a party win with even lesser number of votes? I'm asking the minimum number of votes. There are 3 parties. It's only if only 2 parties, you can say 20 votes, 2 parties, minimum 11. But there are 3 parties. Swastik, it is 10 things further. Yeah. Trisha, you said 33% or a little more than 33%. You are good. Now tell me what that 33% is. Trisha, you said 33%. What is that 33% here? Yeah, Aryan, you are right. By hit and trial, we can say that it is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But understand that if you look at the statement, it said that they should be in increasing order, did not say it should be consecutive. Had it said that they have been increasing consecutive numbers, then 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is okay. But it can be one, then some other number. Yes or no, Aryan? Ah, yeah. Adi says it is 7 and Homan says 7, Purva 7 says 7. Now, Niklesh, as I said, they need not be consecutive numbers for B's. Okay. Now, let us say C gets 7 votes. How many are left? 14 more are left. Then it can be 8 and 6, right? And then A can be the winner. With 7 votes, we cannot be sure that, because if you take 7 here, even if you take 7 here and 14, this is 6. 2 persons will have equal. There should be a clear winner. Or if you decrease this number, then this number increases. Yes or no? So 7 is not the right answer. So now look at it. As I said, if we take 7 here, 14 more has to be distributed. Yes or no? They have to be different numbers. They cannot be all the everyone. If the another person cannot have 7, because if he has to be winner, the other two should have definitely less votes than C. So is it possible, even if you take 6 here, we have to take 8 here? We cannot take 7 anywhere, because that should be the clear winner. No one else got 7. So tell me. Yeah, Kanaksoni, that is right. Yeah, Purva, you're right. It is 8. Homan, you're right. So the minimum number of votes that a person has to get to win is 8. Okay. Now, tell me further. You are right. You are one step closer now. Now, what else can you say now? What is the next step? Yeah, Yukta, it is right. Minimum 8. What next step can we do now? See one, how many in how many constituencies? 1 in 2 constituencies. So in each of them, C got minimum 8 votes. Yes or no? So out of the 16 votes, C got 8 votes in S2 and 8 in S3. Can it be any other different number than this? This cannot be 7. With 7, definitely C cannot win. Yes or no? And here also definitely cannot win. Got it? Yeah, Navya, you are right. C got 8. So now what can we say? C got 0 in all of those. Okay, that is 16. Hmm. Now next what? Now at this point of time, what can we say? Excellent. Navya, right. Now, who won S4 and S5? A won only S1. A did not win. And C got 0 votes here. Implies that C cannot be the winner. So definitely it is B who won these two. Now, the way we have done here, now these 20 votes have to be distributed among A and B should be the winner. Now we have only two parties for constituency S4 and S5 because C got anyway 0. So now tell me, what is the minimum number of votes that B should get to win this, to win a constituency? Because now there are only two parties. Now tell me, what is the minimum number that B should get to win? Yes, right. Homan, Adi, Shivam, it is right. B should get minimum 11. So for B, what is the condition that is given? What about the number of votes in various constituencies? It is said that they are in increasing order, right? So in S5, let us assume that B got 11 votes. Will this be possible? Can it be 11 votes for B in S5? Because that is the minimum number of votes that B should get. It cannot be 10 or 9 or 8. It has to be 11. So now yeah, it cannot be 11 here. Why? Because if you take 11 here, we should also take at least 11 here. But they should be in increasing order, right? And we cannot take 12 here. It becomes decreasing order then. So what else can we say now? Excellent. So how many in S4 and how many in S5? Yes, Homan, you're right. 11 here and 12 here. Got it. Now, out of 35 votes that B got, 11 and 12, we have these two together, 23. Okay. Now, these three together should be how many? Together should be 12. Now tell me, how can we distribute? Now these 12 votes, in this case, these three together should be 12. And again, because C got 8 votes here, and A and B together should get 12 votes. So we have to distribute the 12 votes okay, here also 8, the remaining 12 that we have to distribute among A and B. So what is a possible combination in which we can distribute? Let us say if you take 6 and 6, the winner got clear majority. These two may have equal number of votes, those who have lost. Okay. Now if you take 6 here, what should be the minimum that we should take here? We have to take at least 7. Yes or no? Then what is the total? Yes, Navya, let me have a look at it. You gave said 2, 4, 6. Kanak, you said why did B win S4 and S5? Because A won only S1. The word only indicates that A did not win anywhere else. Okay. So definitely A did not win S4 and A did not win S5. And after identifying that C got 8 and 8, C got Z, because the total number of votes of C is 16. So it's zeros. C got 0 votes here. So definitely C cannot be the winner. So it has to be B. Right? Okay. Okay, now we have to, it cannot be 6. If you take 6 here, because they have to be in increasing order, we have to take at least 7 here. That makes the total, takes the total beyond 35. We need only 12 more. 23 are here. These three together should not be more than 12. So we cannot take 6 and 7. So what is the other possible thing that we have? If you have 5 and 7, and 5 should be here, 7 should be here. That would be in increasing order. Okay. For B also we should get some number. Okay, if you take 5 here, what will be here? 7. This cannot be more than 7 because C got 8. So we cannot reduce it less than, we cannot take anything less than 5 here. If you take less than 5, this will be 8 and that will be equal to C. So we have to take 5 here. If you take 5 here, uh, we can take 6 here. Then this will also be 6. 6, 6 and 8. We cannot take 7 because if you take 7, we have to take 0 here. But if you look at the statement given about B, it says that number of votes obtained by B in S1, S2, S3, S4 are distinct natural numbers. So we cannot take 0. Okay. So if you take 7 here, we have to take 0 here. So we have to take 6 there and 1 here. Okay. So now this is going to be 19 for A here and 9 for A here and 8 for A here. Yeah, sure, you're right. But the problem with 6 and 7 is 6 and 7, it takes the total beyond 35. If you take 6 and 7 here, it will be 13 plus 23, that total makes 23. So we can take 5 and 7, but 5 and 7 this becomes 0. But it has to be at least 1. Why did we take Niklesh? Why did we take 5? Can we take, one thing is Niklesh, we cannot take anything less than 5 because if you take anything less than 5, it will be 8. But C should be the winner. No one else should get more than C or equal to C also. Okay, that is one reason we cannot take anything less than 5. If you take more than 5, let us say we take 6 here, it says that the number should be in increasing order for B. Then we have to take 7 here. Then 6 plus 7 is how much? 13. 13 plus 23, 36. That is taking the total beyond 35. So we cannot take 6. We cannot take anything less than 5 also. So the only possible value is 5. Is that okay, Niklesh? Yeah, Shivam. It depends. You look at the other questions to be answered in the examination. If you think that you have answered sufficient number of questions in the remaining part of that section, you can always skip this. Okay. So let us have, but this always good to have this kind of have an exposure to these kind of questions. Okay, let us go to the questions. The constituency in which B got lower number of votes compared to A and C. So only in constituency S2, it got lower than both A and C. Here it got more than C. And here got equal to A. And here more than A. So this is the only constituency in which B got lower votes. The number of votes obtained by B in S2 is, it is 5. Assume that A and C had formed an alliance. So they came together. And anyone who voted for either A or C would have voted for this alliance. Implies that if a person has voted for A, it implies that he voted for that alliance of A and C. So that vote counts for the combination of A and C. Every vote of A and every vote of C. Then the number of seats this alliance would have won. Okay, here A and C together is more than 19. So definitely the combination would have 1. Here also A and C, 7 plus 8, 15. 6 plus 8, 14. Okay. So here A plus C is 19. So definitely the alliance would have 1. Here A and C together is 15. The alliance would have 1. Here A and C together is 14, more than that of B. So here also alliance would have 1. 9 plus 0, it is only 9 votes. Still, even if they come together, still B wins. Here also, even if they come together, B wins. So there are 3 constituencies. If A and C come together, they will win. Okay. In S4 and S5, even if they are together also, it is less than B. The number of votes obtained by A in S5 is, the number of votes obtained by A in S5 is 8. Correct? Comparing the number of votes obtained by A across different constituencies, the lowest number of votes were in which constituency? It got the lowest votes in S3. Homan, you are referring to which one? You said, sir, there are 2. You are referring to which question? Okay. Question number 3. Assume that A and C formed. Okay. This one. So if the A and C come together, A and C together more than B, A and C together more than B, A and C together more than B, 3. And here A and C together is not more than B, here A and C together is not more than B. Yeah, it is 3. Yes, Hanwant, you're right. So these are the questions that we have come across in IPM Indore. Now let us also see a few questions from IPM Rohtak. These questions are standalone questions, okay, with simple logics, and the kind of questions are coding, decoding, analogies. If you are thorough with practicing these questions, it hardly takes 30 seconds to answer each of these questions. Okay. So this is based on coding and decoding. Yeah, right, Homan. Okay, now show me your speed. Give me the answer for the first question. I will not give you more than 20 seconds to any of these questions. Let me see. I want to test your speed. Fast. In a certain code, sequence is coded as FDO, FV, or FT. How is children coded in that code? Yashika, yes, you said option D. Let me check. What is the logic here? See, generally coding, decoding, how do we go about it? We try to compare the first letter of the word and the first letter of the code, second letter, third letter, third letter. If you find a uniform logic, it is fine. Otherwise, sometimes they play a trick. Now let us look at this. Sequence. Now, if you are thorough with the position values of the letters, it becomes easy to answer the questions. S is 19th letter in the English alphabet, E is 5th letter, Q is 17th, U 21, E 5th, N 14th, C 3rd letter, and E is 5th letter. And this is coded as F, D, O, F, F, V, R, F, T. What are the position values of this letter? F is sixth letter. 19 and 6, there is a difference of 13. D is fourth letter. There is a difference of only 1. O is 15th letter. There is a difference of only 2. F is sixth letter. Again, there is a difference of 15. You are unable to find any proper pattern. When we are unable to find a proper pattern, check in the reverse direction. Compare the first letter with the last letter, second letter with the last second letter, like that. Now, yes, its next letter in the English alphabet is T, S-T. E and its next letter in the English alphabet is F. Q and its next letter in the English alphabet is R. So if you study 2 or 3 letters, you will get the idea. You don't have to study the entire set of letters. Don't waste your time. Just couple of 2, 3, you will get the idea. Okay, now all we need to do is that write the next letter of each of these in the reverse order. Okay. Muskan, Adi, Ria. Okay, good. We're all giving the answers. C, the last letter should be D. Fine. We have the same in all the options. H, next is I. We have, so now option C is eliminated. Then I, J. So here we have J. Here we don't have J. This is eliminated. Here also we don't have J. This is also eliminated. That's it. Go by elimination, you'll get the answer. You don't have to solve the entire setup. So this is the examination point of view. You have to have a look at the answer choices also. Keep eliminating them, particularly for these kind of questions. It helps a lot. Okay, now what is the answer for the next one? First, Ria gave the answer. Navya, yeah, right. There is one small trick I am going to explain here. I mean, the kind of trick the examiner may play in the question for this kind of questions. Are these give the answer? Good. Okay. Let me explain you. Here, elephant is called jackal. Okay. If they look, if they come across, when they find this, they use this word to represent it. Okay. So this is an object. When they see this object, they refer this with this word. Let us say that is a code. For this object, they give this code. For this object, for if the object is jackal, they use the code monkey to refer to it. Monkey is called dog. So the first one is the object and the second one is the code. Dog is called lion. Lion is called goat. Goat is called mouse. Now, what are we looking for? What will be the king of the jungle? So king of the jungle is lion, and lion here we have, see, you find lion at 2 places. Here in this sentence, dog is the object and lion is the code. And in this sentence, lion is the object and goat is the code for it. So then we will be, then who will be the king of the jungle? Now we are looking for the object or the animal lion. So, and its code is goat. That is option B. Now, let me explain you one variation in this question, which we may come across in the examination. Now, let us say elephant is called jackal. Okay, now if I replace this with the word, I am changing this. Okay, now give me the answer. In a code language, elephant means jackal, jackal means monkey, monkey means dog, dog means lion, lion means goat, goat means mouse. Then what will be the king of the jungle? Yeah, you're right. And I wish you have proper names in the chat so that I can call your name. Navya, Omen, Shivam. Yes. Now here, look at this. This word means this particular object. I am using the word object. Here it is animal. Sometimes the question will be sky means road, road means, okay. Here, this time what happens? This is a code and this is the object. Just look at this. The moment I change the word in between, that makes a big difference in the way we interpret it. Now here, in this sentence, this is a code and this is the object. And here, this is a code, this is an object. So dog means lion. So the king of the jungle is lion, and which word gives you the meaning that lion? The word dog. So when you say dog, they understand that you are talking about lion. Right, very good. In a certain code, this is also from IPM Rohtak 2019. The previous two questions, they are all from the same year, IPM Rohtak. In a certain code, IMTITJU is written as TMIUJT. How is TMREMP written in that code? Answers? Waiting for your response. And if you have noticed clearly the difference between the previous question and here this is a word and that is a code. Are the letters in the word and the code are the same or different? Clearly they are different. So we go by the position values. Here, take first thing that whenever you answer a coding and decoding question, that first thing that you have to identify is that do the word and the code, do they have the same set of letters or different set of letters? Here there are different set of letters, whereas here we have the same set of letters. Yeah, Homan gave the answer. So what is the logic used? When you have the same set of letters in the word and the code, it means that they have been just simply rearranged in a particular order. So if you observe carefully, I and T are interchanged, T here, I here, T and U are interchanged, U here, T here, that's it. Rest of the words remain the same. So we are going to interchange the T and M, so it should be MET, MET. So these two answer choices are eliminated. Now it should be P and E. This is also eliminated. P and E. This is the answer, right? Yeah, he also gave the answer. Shivam. Okay, this is again which we refer to as symbols and notations. All these are from IPMAT Rohtak 2019. M equal to V, R is greater than or equal to S, V is less than S, M is greater than A, R is less than or equal to U. Now these are the conclusions. So should we say only one is true or only two is true, only three is true, either two or three is true? Answer? Anyone is trying to answer this? Yeah, Maria, you said B. Let me check. Now, let us see if we can put them together in one continuous relation. Here, M is equal to V, M is greater than A implies that V is also greater than A. Okay, now RS, VS, RU. Okay, here V is there. S is greater than V. So when V is less than S implies that S is greater than V. It implies that S is greater than M also because M and V are equal. So we use this. Now R is greater than or equal to S. Then R is less than or equal to U implies that U is greater than or equal to R. So we have now we are able to put all of them in one continuous string of relations between them. U greater than S, we can't say. U can also be equal to S. U is greater than or equal to R, R is greater than or equal to S, hence U is greater than or equal to S. So we cannot say for sure that U is greater than S. It may also be equal. R and S are either equal to S or it is greater than. Here we have R is greater than or equal to S, that's what we have got here. So either should be R equal to S or should be greater than one of these two. Which one we are not sure. So if you look at the answer choices, either 2 or 3 is true. Option D. Yes, Homan, you are right. Yukta, okay, fine. A similar one, but little lengthier strings. There we are dealing with only 2 elements in each of the string, but here there are more. Here the approach is going to be slightly different. Don't try to put all of them together because there are so many different terms. We have P here, there is no P anywhere else. Okay. Here we have U, there is no U anywhere else. We have Q there, there is no Q anywhere else. So don't try to club them together. Let us see. Now straight away go to the conclusions. We have to find the relation between U and V. Let us identify where do we have U and where do we have V. We have U here and we have V here. We have them in 2 different strings. Now to relate them, there should be some common element in these 2 strings. Yes or no? So now tell me which is a common element for these 2 strings so that we can come out with a relation between U and V. Which is the common element for the second and the third strings? Anyone giving the answer? Right. Yes, it is yes. So we have to take the help of S to find the relation between U and V. S is greater than U and S is greater than or equal to V. S is greater than U and S is also greater than or equal to V. Now tell me what can be the relation between U and V using these 2? S is greater than U, S can also be greater or equal to V. So we will not be able to find the relation between U and V. Okay. S is greater than U, S is also greater than V. Apart from S, do we have anything else that can help us in finding relation? No. Okay. The second one, B is less than C. We have C here and B here. What is the common term? A. So according to this, B is less than A implies that A is greater than B. According to this, A is less than C implies that C is greater than A. So now we know that C is greater than A is greater than B, and C is greater than B, or it means that B is less than C. This is fine. Now let us find the relation between Q and D. Q is here and D is here. What is the common term? C. Okay, here C is less than Q and here C is greater than or equal to D, or we can C is less than Q implies that Q is greater than C and C is greater than or equal to D. So now what is the relation between Q and D? Since Q is greater than C and C is greater than or equal to D, definitely Q is greater than D. So 3 is also true. Only 2 and 3 is true. Nicholas, this is going to be a very, this is a marathon session we are going to have. We are going to have LR, then quant, then VARC. Okay. We'll continue this for a couple of hours, till maybe up to 4, and then we'll continue with the other areas. Okay. Here, this is a question based on blood relations. So this LR session is going to be up to 4. Then we'll get into quant. Tell me, try to answer this question. The son of her only brother is the brother of my wife. This is what Manju, pointing to Manju, this is what Raju said. Raju said, pointing to Manju, that the son of her only brother is the brother of my wife. How is Manju related to Raju? Shahal Muhammad said option D, sister of father-in-law. Is that the answer? Okay, let me see. See, whenever you have someone is referring to a third person, so we start with where the speaker is. So Raju is saying the speaker is here. So let us start with from where the point where speaker is. Now, Raju's wife, we don't know who that person is. Here I am going to refer to female with a circle and male with a square, just for the sake of identification. The son of her only brother is the brother of. So now let us go building up. The brother of this lady. The son of her only brother is the brother of. So the son of her only brother. So Manju is here. Her only brother is here. Her means it is Manju, right? Raju, pointing to Manju, Raju said this. Her implies that here it is Manju. Manju's only brother, the son of this only brother, is the brother of my wife. So now look at this, go back and see. The son of her only brother, Manju's only brother's son, this person is brother of my wife's brother. Now the question is, how is Manju related to Raju? So now Manju is the mother of these two. These two are brother and sister. And Manju's daughter's husband is Raju. So Manju is the mother-in-law of Raju. Right? Yes, Niklesh, you are right. Okay, the next one. This is based on direction sense. How do we answer the direction sense questions? By considering the directions on paper. This is north, this is south, this is east, and this is west. Quickly give me the answer for this. Yeah, it is southwest. Yes, Ria, you said it is southwest. That is right. A man walks 5 kilometers towards south and then turns to the right. Now look at this. He is walking towards south. When he is walking towards south, when he takes a right turn, he goes this way. Okay? And walks, after walking for 3 kilometers, he turns to his left. Now he is going in this direction. When he turns to his left, he goes in this direction. Right? So, and walks 5 kilometers. Now the question is, in which direction is he from the starting place? So this is a starting place, this is a final position. So in which direction is he? this direction, the slant downward direction, that is southwest. But here I will tell you, let me tell you, bring you caution you, there is a chance of counting error in these kind of questions, where you need to read the question very carefully, read it for the second time. The question is very simple, and this is where we may commit a mistake, because when the moment you come across a very easy question, you don't think much, you will be in a hurry to answer the question. In which direction easy? From the starting point. Be careful, sometimes they ask in which direction is the starting point from where he is now. So be careful, is the question of in which direction A with respect to B, or in which direction is B with respect to A? That gives us different answers. Okay, as of now the answer is right, what you said is right, it is southwest, that is absolutely fine, just I am cautioning you. Okay, in this case this is the correct answer. Yeah, yes, Riya Singh, if I change the question in this way, then the answer would be northeast. You are right. If Atul finds he is 12th from the right in a line of boys and 4th from the left, how many boys should be added to the line such that there are 28 boys in the line? Answer this. If Atul finds that he is 12th from the right in a line of boys and 4th from the left, how many boys should be added to the line such that there are 28 boys in the line? Yeah, Niklesh, you said B. Riya Singh, you also said B. Niklesh said 13. Yeah, right. Let me check. Atul finds that he is 12th from the right end. So from the right end, Atul is 12th. Implies that there are 11 on this side. And 4th from the left. From this side, he is the 4th. Implies that there are 3 here. So as of now, how many are there in the row? 3 plus 1, 4. 4 plus 11, it is 15. But to make it 28, we have to add 13 more. Option B. Choose the alternative which closely resembles the mirror image of the given combination. This is from Rohtak 2019. Navya said is okay. Navya, for which question did you give the answer? Okay, for the previous one. Okay, now for this question, what is the answer? Yeah, Niklesh, you said D. Let us check. A mirror image, we place the mirror here, so it would appear on the other side. So what happens in image? The one which is nearer will also appear nearer A. The mirror image of A will appear like that. So here we have A in all the options. Then 4, it should get reflected. Now the straight line, this part is on the other side of the line, away from the reflecting surface. So it should appear like this. So we have 4 here. Option 2 is eliminated because we don't have 4. Option 3 is eliminated. Now at this stage in the examination, you can look at this. Here we have 1, we have 0, here we have 1, and then the way n is presented, it is the same here also. Fine. I, A, R, A, T. Now let us focus on this. T is standing upright, so here also T appears like this. So option 4 is the answer. Once you are down to only 2 answer choices, don't get, instead of going back to the question and just check which element we need to check, will help us in finding the answer. Okay. Yes, Shivam, it is a 4. Ashok also give the right answer. Which of the following Venn diagrams given below correctly represents the students who learn law and music, music and dance, law and dance, and law, music, and dance, all the three? We should find combination for law and music, music and dance, law and dance, law, music, and dance. So what's the answer for this? It should be combination of all the three and combination of every two. Yeah, Shivam, right? Navya, right? Okay. Here, if you consider that one of them is law, other one is music, and the third one is, sorry, other one is music, and the third one is dance. So you have combination of all the each of the pairs, and also we have combination for all the three. Okay, here in this region we have combination for all the three, and in this region we have combination for outer circle and the second circle, but this does not, there is no common area between this and this. Okay, so here we will not be able to represent all the three combinations in that. Okay, now this is syllogism question. Considering the given statements as true, select a logical conclusion based on the given statements. No tree is a flower, some trees are fruits. So what is the approach that we take for these questions? Yeah, it is, yeah, right. In this case, what is the answer for this question? No tree is a flower, some trees are fruits. Now, which of these conclusions can be drawn? Now, what approach do we take for this? We solve it by drawing a Venn diagram. And we'll start with the minimum overlap Venn diagram. No tree is a flower. So, implies that we should not let these two intersect at any point of time. And some trees are fruits. This is a minimum overlap diagram. Now, fruits that are not flowers, the fruits that are not flowers. So, we are talking about this part. The fruits that are not flowers, sorry, fruits that are trees. I'm sorry. So, fruits that are trees are not flowers. Yes, it is right. This part cannot be flower because the part which is inside tree, that can never be flowers. So, this is a valid conclusion. No fruit is a flower. So, this is fruit. No fruit is a flower. In the minimum overlap diagram, it appears to be it is okay, but we are not sure that the circle fruit is here like this. It is also possible that the circle fruit is like this also, because there is no restriction between fruit and flower to let them intersect. This statement does not say anything about fruit and flower. So we can draw those two circles in any manner. All of them are, we cannot say that this is invalid. Okay, so we can take the fruit like this. So no fruit is a flower. We cannot be sure that it will be true. If the fruit circle is like this, it will be true. If the fruit circle is like this, it is false. So we cannot say that the conclusion follows. Yeah, it is only conclusion one follows. That is right. You're right, Ria. Okay, now this is simple comparison. Lady's finger is tastier than cabbage. Cauliflower is tastier than lady's finger. Cabbage is not tastier than peas. Then which of the following statements is true? Which can be logically concluded. Yeah, shown for the previous question, it is A. Now here, what is the answer for this question? Anyone trying this? Lady's finger is tastier than cabbage. Cauliflower is tastier than lady's finger. Cabbage is not tastier than peas. Cabbage is not tastier than peas implies that peas may be, there are two possibilities. Cabbage is not tastier. It is possible that peas is tastier than cabbage. That is, cabbage is not tastier implies that cabbage is less tastier than peas. Or it is also possible that peas and cabbage, they are of the same taste, equal taste. Okay, they may be equal or peas may be tastier. Okay, now let us see. Peas are as tasty as lady's finger. We cannot conclude this. Okay, lady's finger and peas, we are not sure. Peas are as tasty as cauliflower and lady's finger. Peas is not tastier than lady's finger. That also we cannot fit peas. It may be taste, if it is tastier than cabbage, it may be tastier than lady's finger, it may be tastier than uh, cauliflower, but we cannot be very sure where to place this peas. Cauliflower is tastier than cabbage, that we are pretty sure. So option D is the answer. Yeah. Okay, again, and the question based on syllogism. Some A or B. Okay, since we have answered a similar question, we'll go to other questions, other question types. Okay, let us look at this. Number series questions. This is from 2020 Rohtak. Okay, try to answer this. This question, one term is in the number series is incorrect. So find the incorrect number. So you check the relation between the numbers and see where that relation is broken. What is the difference between these two? 56 plus 16 is 72. 72 plus 18 is 90. 90 plus 20 is 110. And 110 plus 22 is 132. So 16, 18, 20, 20, they are increasing by 2. So obviously what do we expect? We expect 16, 18, 20, 22, the next difference should be 24. But what is the actual difference here? It is only 7. So this is the wrong number, incorrect number. Find the missing number in the given series. 12, 38, 116, 350, 1052. Yeah, for the previous question, Riya Singh, you gave the right answer, it is D. Now for this one, find the missing number in the given series. 12, 38, 116, 350, 1052. What would be the next number in the series? Now, when you see such big jump in the numbers, then 38 became 116, 116 became almost 3 times, this is almost 3 times. So whenever you see such big jump in the numbers, definitely multiplication will be involved. Now, when multiplication is involved, is 1052 a proper multiple of 350? No. Is 350 a proper multiple of 116? No. Is 116 a proper multiple of 38? No. Is 38 a proper multiple of 12? No. Multiplication is in what? Not, but not a proper multiple. But let us see. What we can prima facie understand is that it is increasing by more than 3 times. 3 times is for sure. 12 threes are 36 and we require 2 more to get 38. 38 threes are 114 plus 2. 116 into 3 is 348 plus 2. 315 multiplied by 3 and you add 1052. Now 1052 has to be multiplied with 3 and we have to get add 2. Obviously there is only, you need not even go for calculation. Yes, you are right. Shahal, it is C. Yukta also gave the answer. Again, this is based on syllogism. Because there are more number of statements and more number of conclusions, let us solve this. Some ships are boats. This is ship and this is boat. We are going with a minimum overlap diagram to start with. All boats are submarines. Some submarines are yachts. Some submarines are yachts. This is a minimum overlap diagram. Nothing is said about yacht and boat. Nothing is said about yacht and ship. Okay. We have the freedom to merge them, make them create common region between them. But to start with, we'll go with only to the extent what is indicated. Some submarines are yachts. So that's it, only that much. But we also have the freedom to move them. Some yachts are boats. No, there is no common region between those two. Submarines are boats. Yes. Some part of the submarine, this entire area is submarine. Some of them are lying here. Some submarines are ships. Yes, there is common region between these two. Some yachts are ships. No, there is no relation between them. So only 2 and 3 follow. That is option A. Right? Yes, Aryan. Ria gave the correct answer. In a trade fair, 7 cars of different companies, Cadillac, Ambassador, Fiat, Maruti, Mercedes, Bedford, Forgo, and standing facing to east in the following order. Cadillac is next to right of Forgo, Forgo is, so it is the regular linear arrangement puzzle. Okay. Now look at this. Here there are 2 things that we have to take care of. One is that if A stands for plus, B stands for minus, C stands for multiplication, what is the value of this? So be careful while doing this, you have to follow the BODMAS principle. Okay. First you have to carefully convert those symbols into the actual operations and make sure that you follow the BODMAS. So C stands for multiplication, 10 into 4. A stands for addition, then 4 into 4. Then B stands for subtraction, minus 6. So what will be the answer? 40 plus 16 minus 6. That is going to be 50. Yes. Shivam, Indan, all this give the correct answer. Right? Okay, students, now we will take a break and the next session will be continued by the quant will be discussed in the next session. Right? Just we'll take a 5-minute break.
Hello everyone. So I'll be taking up the QA part of the session today. So quantitative aptitude, let's get started with this. So QA is the section that would be important both for your IPMAT Indore as well as IPMAT Rohtak. So let's get started. So what I've done in this session here, I'll just let you know first what can you expect from this session, and then accordingly we'll be going ahead with the discussion of the problems, the concept, the ideas, etc. So what I've done here is I have overall collated around 20 questions, so 15 to 20 questions from particularly past year IPMAT papers. So the idea of doing this collation was to give you a fair idea about what type of questions have come up in the past years, and thus what can you expect going ahead this year. So it's all mix of topics. You have functions also, you have logarithms also, you have sequence series too, right? You have different areas, arithmetic also, right? Let's get started. So the way in which we'll take up this discussion forward is, see, I'll be following your comments also, right? I'll try to read some of your comments. So every time when I show you a question, take some time and try it out and give your answer, right? Even if you've tried it in the past, give it a try again, right? So I would be waiting for probably like a minute or two before I start discussing this particular question. We'll be doing the same for all the questions that follow. You can start with this. Please give this question a try. What do I do if I have to complete whole syllabus by today and tomorrow? Yeah, everyone, sorry for the inconvenience. So there was some technical issue due to which we had to stop the session for some time. Now we are back. Let's continue. So we were discussing this particular problem. So just to repeat what I said, so I said that a function which has the following equation, which satisfies the following equation, will be of the type f of x equal to kx. This is an observation. You can verify it by simple substitution. For example, what will be the left hand side here? F of x plus xy, in this case, will be k into x plus xy. So the idea is basically replace x by x plus xy. When you do that, you'll get k into x plus xy. When you open the brackets, you get k into x plus k into xy. Please note, by this definition, what is kx? It is nothing but f of x. What is k into xy? Can I say this is nothing but f of x into y? Now that is what is given to us here, right? And hence we can say the function which will be satisfying this condition will be a function of this type. It's a linear function. Now once we understand this, what is given to us? F of 2020. So what will be f of 2020 by this definition of kx? Is going to be k into 2020, which is given to be as 1 in the given question. And hence can I say the value of k is going to be 1 upon 2020. And once I get the value of that constant k, we can find out the function as well. So f of x will be a function of the type k into x. So it's basically x by 2020. So this is the definition that we have. Now what is he asking us? F of 2021, we could do it very, very easily now. So thus the answer is going to be 2020 by 2020, 2021 by 2020. So which option choice is it? Option choice A. I hope we are clear with this. Shall we move on? So this is by direct observation. Alternately also, one may think of identifying this linear property of this function in the following way. Observe this. The definition is this: f of x plus xy is f of x plus f of x into y. So here, suppose if I put the value of x as probably, let's say 1, for example. So if I put x as 1, what would happen? This will be 1 plus 1 into y. It's going to be f of 1 plus f of y. Okay. Or likewise, let's say if I put y as 0, probably let's say if I take y as 0, so I'll get f of x. Just a minute. So f of x plus, so I'm putting y as 0 here. Let's see what happens. F of x plus x into 0 is 0, will be equal to f of x plus f of 0. So f of x and f of x on both sides will cancel out. You get the value of f of 0 as 0. You'll get the value of f of 0 as 0. Now likewise, by substituting few more values, say for example, if I substitute x as 1, y also as 1, let's see what happens. So if I substitute both of them as 1 in this equation, then can I say the left hand side will become f of 1 plus 1 into 1, 1, f of 2. This is naturally going to be f of 1 plus again f of 1. So can I note f of 2 is nothing but 2 into f of 1. Similarly, you put x as 1, y as 2, and see what happens. You will get f of 3 as 3 into f of 1. So from this, can we generalize and write f of k will be equal to k into f of 1. So again here you are given with f of 2020 value. So that is given to us. So from that we can try to figure out the value of k, and this could be one more approach. However, a better approach would be this, as we have seen here. I hope we are clear with this. Moving on. So the answer is A, option choice A. Now coming to next question. Again, you can give this question a try. I give you a minute. See if you can answer this. Okay. Let's get started with this. It says, suppose that logarithm of some number to the base 2 is equal to logarithm of some number to the base 3 is equal to logarithm of some number to base 4 is equal to 0 finally. Find the value of a plus b plus c. So this question, at the look of it, might appear to be a really daunting task ahead of us, but if you understand the basics of logarithm, the properties, you can easily solve this question. Let's see how. So let's take this particular part, the first part, as 0. So if I write logarithm of log a to base 4, this again, the second base that we have is 3, the third base that we have is 2, going outside is 0. So logarithm of something to the base 2 is becoming 0. When is that true? So that is true only when this something out here, that is logarithm of a to base 4 should be 1, right? So logarithm of 1 to the any base is 0. So hence this value should be 1. Now logarithm of something to the base 3 should be 1. When is it 1? So that is 1 when this part here, is 3. So thus can I write logarithm of a to the base 4 should be equal to 3. Now here, by the way, we could also do it like this. We could simply take this base on the other side and put it in the base of the index. For example, here we could say logarithm of a to the base 4 is 3. So a will be equal to, this base goes on the other side, will become 4 to the power 3. So that means a will be equal to 64. We'll get. Going at it on same lines, I'll do it little directly now. So if it is given to us logarithm of log b to base 2, this is 0. Taking this 3 on the other side, it will become 3 power 0. So this entire thing, the remaining two logarithmic terms will be 1, 3 power 0. Taking this 4 on the other side, so this one logarithmic term will become 4 to the power 1, which is 4. And taking this 2 finally on the other side will give us the value of b as, you'll get the value of b as 2 to the power 4, which is 16. So we get the value of b also like this. And now finally we want c2. So let's use a third equation for that. So if I write the third equation, so third equation would be logarithm of log c to base 3. This is log 2, log base 2, this is log base 4, 0. So taking this 4 on the other side, the term inside the square bracket should be 1. Taking this 2 on the other side, it will become 2 power 1. So logarithm of c to base 3 will be equal to 2 power 1, which is 2. And finally taking this 3 on the other side, c will be 3 square, which is 9. And now you know a also, b also, c also, you can add them up. Let's do that. 64 plus 16 is 80. 80 plus 9 will be 89. So the answer that we shall be marking here will be option choice C. Okay, so this way, yeah, correct, Aryan. Good. So this way we could answer this question, right, with not that difficulty, right, if you know the basics of logarithm. So the answer is C. Now next question. Now give this question a try. One to 2 minutes. Let's start with this. What is the minimum number of weights which enable us to weigh any integer number of grams of gold from 1 to 100 on a standard balance with 2 pans? So you put the weights here, you'll put the gold here, you'll try to balance it and weigh the gold. That's how we do it on the standard balance. Now here, the range that I want to cover is from 1 till 100. So I want to cover all the weights from 1 to 100. What should be the weights, minimum number of weights that we should use here? It's given very clearly. Weights can be placed only on the left pan. So let's assume this is the left pan for us, all right? So this one is the left and this the other pan is the place where you will place the gold. So I can place weights only here on one of the pans. What is the minimum number of weights required? Let's try to figure that out. Now for understanding and solving this question, this type of question, we have a direct result. I'll share the result also in some time, but let's go for the basic approach first and then I'll share the result too. So the basic approach will be, let's try to figure out what's the minimum weight that I have to measure, 1 gram. So that means I need a 1 gram weight for sure. So weights required will be 1 gram weight for sure. Now, can I say with 1 gram weight, you would be able to measure, the range will be 1 gram. Only 1 gram you can measure, not more than that. Now, beyond 1 gram, if I want to move forward in the range, I should be able to measure 2 grams too, right? So, for measuring 2 grams, one of the easiest ways in which I can do it is I take another weight of 2 grams. So, basically, I'm taking two weights. One is 1 gram weight, other is 2 gram weight. So, if I use 1 gram and 2 gram weight, what is the range that I can measure? So, I can measure 1 gram. I can measure 2 gram if I use only this 2 gram weight. I can measure these two together, put them together. I can measure 3 gram weight also. So what will be the range? So it will be 1 gram to 3 gram. So by using these two weights, I can cover three values, 1, 2 and 3. I want to go further ahead. I want to measure 4 grams. Now how can we do 4 grams here? Simple. You take now the third weight to be as 4 grams. So if you take the third weight as 4 grams, look at what range can you cover. You can cover 1 gram if you take only this. You can cover 2 grams if you take only this. You can cover 3 grams if you use these two. You can cover 4. You can cover 5 also. I hope you can see that 5 will be 4 plus 1. 6 also 4 plus 2. 7 also 4 plus 2 plus 1. So that means you can cover 1 to 7 grams. What do we get next? I want the next in range is 8 grams. How do I get 8 grams? I should take 1 gram weight, 2 gram weight, 4 gram weight. With this, I was able to reach 7. I will go for 8 gram weight. So that means I'm using 4 weights. And with this 4 weights, can you think what will be the range? Can you guess what will be the range now? Please identify the pattern. The maximum weight that I can measure here is 3. Here it is 7. Going ahead on same lines, what should we get here? So it would be, if you notice, since you're using two weights, you're going till 2 square minus 1, the maximum weight that you can go. You're using 3 weights, the maximum you can go is 2 cube minus 1. If you're using 4 weights, the maximum you can go is 2 power 4 minus 1, which happens to be how much? 15 grams. 16 minus 1, 15 grams. But still it's not sufficient because I have to go till 100. So I'll go for 4 weights. So I'll take 1 gram, 2 gram, 4 gram, 8 gram. Next will be power of 2, 16 gram. So this 5 weights will help me measure all the weights from 1 till 2 power 5 minus 1. That's the pattern, right? That's by pattern I'm writing 2 power 5 minus 1, which is 31 grams. So 5 weights are also not sufficient. Going ahead, I'll go for 6th weight. This will cover 1 to 63 grams. The logic is 2 power 6 minus 1. This is also not sufficient because I am not able to reach till 100. Then what do? I will go for 7 weights now. Now if I take 7 weights, what is the range I can cover? I can cover till 2 power 7 minus 1, which is 1 to 127 grams. And please note, I had to cover the range from 1 to 100. I cannot really do that till here by using 6 weights. But the moment I use 7 weights, I am able to cover 1 to 100. In fact, go beyond that also. So hence my answer, what is the minimum number of weights? I will use all these weights. This is how we could answer the question. So my answer for this question is going to be 7. So this is the regular approach of getting to the answer. Now there can also be a direct approach, more direct approach. The direct approach would be simple. What you do is, I hope you are aware of how do we convert any decimal number into binary. So convert this requirement 100 into binary. So how do we do that? You divide by 2 successively. So 2 will go 50 times, remainder is 0. 50 by 2, 25 times, remainder is 0. 25 by 2, 12 times, remainder is 1. 12 by 2, 6, 0 remainder. 3, 0 remainder. And then it will be what? 1, 1 remainder. So here please note, can we write 100 as 100 in decimal is nothing but, when write it in binary, we write it as what? 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0. So that means for covering 100, for measuring 100 kilograms, you need to take, this is 1 kilogram, 2 power 0, or 1 gram, sorry, take it as gram. This is 2 power 1, 2 grams. This is 2 square, 4 grams. then it is 8 grams, then it is 16, then it's 32, 64. So that means you will have to go till 64 grams weight. Now how many weights are you choosing? You using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. So thus my answer will be nothing but number of digits that you have in the binary conversion directly. So convert the given number into binary. So whatever is the number of digits that we have, that is going to be our answer. That would be a more direct way of answering this question. So 7 would be the answer. Next one. So let's go for the next question. This is a series based question, all right? Progressions series. Try this out. See what answer do you get. I give you 1 to 2 minutes time. It's a short explanation on binary. See, others can keep trying. Shivam has asked me a small doubt. I'll just try to explain that. Shivam, can you just clarify what do you mean by short explanation? Do you want to know how do we convert? Conversion. Okay, fine. So I'll just try to explain how do we do that. Say for example, I'll take some other random number 60. I want to measure from 1 to 60, all right? So what is the minimum number of weights? So what I'll simply do is I'll convert this into binary. Now how do I convert? Listen to this carefully. Take the given number as it is, then successively divide this number by 2 and identifying the remainder at each stage. Don't forget that, identify the remainder also. So when you divide by 2, you'll get 30, remainder is 0. 30 by 2 successively, every time you have to divide by 2. हर बार इसे divide करना है. So 30 by 2, 15, 0 is remainder. 15 by 2, 7, 1 is a remainder. 7 by 2, 3, 1 is a remainder. 3 by 2, 1, 1 is a remainder. And we cannot divide any further, right? So we'll stop. Now, how do we write the binary equivalent? You start from here. Bottom most से शुरू करेंगे and you go to the top. हर बार remainder pick कर रहे हैं देखना. तो यहाँ से शुरू करते हुए all the remainders you take it in reverse order. So my answer will be what? 1, 1, 1, 1, 0, 0. So that means how many digits do we have here? We have 6 digits and hence my answer for the previous type of question would be 6. I hope this is clear. 40.9 answer. I hope this is clear, Shiva? Sir, what other cases can we use this logic? What other question types you mean to ask? Help, what other cases can we use this logic? Now let me think, because right now I'm not able to think of any other situation besides this weights question wherein this binary logic, binary conversion would be useful. No other problem that I can recall help right now. Let's go for this. Let's deal with this problem. So it says sum up to 10 terms of the series is how much? Now it go till only 10 terms. So can I say my series will look like this? So it's 1 into 3. And then you have the next odd number, 5 into 7, 1, 3, 5, 7. Please note we are going for successive odd numbers. Then you'll have 9 into 11. Then next, of course, it will be 13 into 15, 17 into 19, and then so on. This will continue like this. So by the way, how far should I go? I should go till only 10 terms, right? So let me write that down. So what will be the 10th term? Can we visualize that? First term was 1. I got 1. First term का पहला part 1 था, right? Second term का first part 5 था, it was 5. Third term का first part 9 था, it was 9. Can you guess what will be 10th term? Likewise, can you guess what will be 10th term? So for 10th term, please realize the pattern here is the first number is of the form 4 into 1 minus 3. 4 minus 3 is 1. The second number, first part is 4 into 2 minus 3. 8 minus 3 is 5. So go ahead in the same manner. What will be 10th number? It will be 4 into 10, 40 minus 3, 37 into next odd number 39. तो ये रहेगा आपका. Now how can we solve for this? There could be two approaches that I can think of. All right, I'll share the first approach. I'll solve by the second approach. I'll just share it verbally. The approach could be, observe, can we think of 1 into 3 as 1 can be thought of as 2 minus 1, 3 is 2 plus 1. 5 into 7, can we think of it as 6 minus 1, 6 plus 1. 9 into 11 likewise, 10 minus 1, 10 plus 1. This will be 14 minus 1, 14 plus 1, and so on. The last term is going to be 38 minus 1 into 38 plus 1. So if you look at it now, it's of the form a minus b into a plus b. So it's a square minus b square. So can write as 2 square minus 1. This is 6 square minus 1. This is 10 square. This is 14 square, and so on. It's going to 38 square minus 1. So over here, we are getting sum of some perfect squares. So what will this be? This is going to be 2 square plus 6 square, 10 square, 38 square. Minus, we have minus 1 for 10 times, so minus 10. Now somehow we need to figure this out. If we can figure out this sum, then we can very well find out the answer. So one of the ways in which we could go for finding out this result is, you actually add them. If you're comfortable with perfect squares, it would take some time, but you can actually add them. That's one way. Or alternately, another way could be, please notice, इस series के लिए, for this particular series, ignore that minus 10. What will be the nth term? Nth term एक बार देखना क्या रहेगा? Can I say it will be of the form 4n minus 2 whole square? This is 4 into 1, 4 minus 2, 2 square. 4 into 2, 8 minus 2 square, 6 square. 4 into 10, 10th term, 40 minus 2, 38 square. This is the nth term. So what is this expanded? So it will be 16n square minus 16n plus 4. This is the nth term. I'm only talking about this part. I'll subtract 10 later. Then finally, what do we have here? What do we have here? So Tn अगर पता चल गया, what will be sum to n terms? So can I say it's nothing but sigma Tn summation. तो ये कितना होगा? 16 into sigma n square minus 16 into sigma n plus 4 into sigma 1. अब यहाँ पर आप क्या करो, इसको आप सिंप्लीफाई करो. आई होप यू नो सिग्मा n स्क्वायर का वैल्यू. मैं लिख देता हूँ एक बार फिर भी. n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 upon 6. Sigma n is n into n plus 1 upon 2. These are the values. You can substitute them, and sigma 1 happens to be n. That's n. Simplify this and put n as 10. So whatever value you'll get, that will be sum of the first 10 terms, and subtract 10 from it. You should get your answer. This is one approach कि आप perfect square के terms में आप सोचो इसको. Or alternately, what else could be done is, one more way in which we can look at this problem is 1 into 3, 5 into 7, 9 into 11, and so on till 10th term, which happens to be 37 into 39. We saw this already. Now for this series, identify the nth term. What is the nth term going to be like? So nth term here will be like 4n minus 3. 4 into 1, 4 minus 3 is 1, and this is 4n minus 1. Think about it. Put n equal to 2 here. If you put n equal to 2, you'll get 4 into 2, 8 minus 3, 5. I'll get 5. 4 into 2, 8 minus 1, 7. I'll get 7. So that's the nth term. Now simplify. How much is it? It is 16n square minus 4n minus 16n plus 3. So this is your Tn. So what is Sn going to be? Sn will be sigma Tn, which is 16 sigma n square minus 16 sigma n plus 3 sigma 1. How much is this? The formula for sigma n square is n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 over 6 minus 16 into sigma n is n into n plus 1 over 2 plus 3 into sigma 1 का मतलब होता है 1 plus 1 plus 1 n times. So it's going to be plus 3 into n. And in this, since we want sum of the first 10 terms, I will put n as 10. So sum of the first 10 terms will be 16 into 10 into 11 into 21 by 6 minus 16 into 10 into 11 by 2 plus 3 into 10. Now let's simplify and get our answer. So 3 will go 2 times, 3 will go 7 times, 2 will go 8 times. तो ये कितना हुआ देखना, इस बाकी भी सिंप्लीफाई कर देते हैं, let's go for that, 8 times. So this will be how much? This is 8 into 10, 80. 80 into 7 is 560. 560 into 11 will be how much? 5600. So 6160 minus how much is this? 880 plus 30. So 6160 minus 850, am I right? 880 and 30 minus 880 plus 30 will be minus 850. So this is going to be how much? It's going to be 60 minus 50 is 10. 61 minus 8 is what? 53. So 5310 is what we should get as our answer for this. So either by this approach, इसको भी simplify करोगे तो same ही answer आएगा, okay? Or you could also do it like this. So let's verify. 5310. Yes, that's a correct answer. That was the correct answer for the test. I hope we are clear with this. You may just copy this or take a screenshot. Moving on. Now next one is again an interesting problem, right? Again you can just try out this problem. I give you around 2 minutes time. See, quant is an area wherein if you know the concept, if you know the process, you are sure to get the answer. Unlike, say, for example, logical reasoning section. Now, in LR, there is no concept to be known. Now, over there, you need clarity of mind. You should understand the given conditions carefully. Very calm mind के साथ हमको करना पड़ेगा. Then you may get to the answer. There is no concept involved as far as LR is concerned. But in quant, of course, you have plenty of concepts. And if you know your concepts right, किसी ना किसी तरह, somehow or the other, you will get to the answer for sure. So we'll just wait for 30 seconds more. Okay, let's get started. So it says the third, 14th and 69th term of an AP form 3 distinct and consecutive terms of a GP. So the these three terms of AP are actually 3 consecutive terms of a GP. He says if the next terms of the GP is nth term of the AP. So not next terms, it should be next term. So the next term of the GP is nth term of the AP, then n equals how much? We have to figure out the value of n. Let's give this a try. So we need to know the concepts of AP as well as GP for this. So we all understand what arithmetic progression is. Let's make use of that. So for example, here our AP, suppose the first term is A, common difference is D. Now in that case, what will be the third term? So third term will be A plus n minus 1 into D. What will be 14th term? A plus n minus 1 into D. And what will be 69th term? A plus n minus 1, 69 minus 1, 68 into D. So these are the 3 terms, and these happen to be terms of a GP, consecutive terms. So if they are consecutive terms, can I say the condition that we have for GP is square of the middle term is equal to product of the other 2 terms. This is what we have for a GP. अगर आप कोई GP लेते हो, AR square इस तरह से नजर आएगा वो. Now in a GP, it's always true, if you take any 3 consecutive terms, square of the middle term will be equal to product of the other two terms, first and third term, always. So when you simplify, what do we get on left hand side? A square 13d whole square is 169d square plus 2 into 13 26 ad. Right hand side, let's simplify. A square 68 ad plus 2 ad 70 ad plus 136 d square. So a square will cancel out on both sides. And what do we get? 26 ad on the other side. When you will take it, 70 minus 26 will be what? 44 ad. And this is 169 minus 136. So it's going to be 33 d square. See, of course, d cannot be 0, right? Because if d happens to be 0, these three terms are going to be identical. They are going to be equal. And anyways, in AP, we don't take d to be 0. So d will be some other non-zero value, because it's very clearly given here also. There are three distinct terms. So d cannot be 0. So we can very confidently cancel it out. See, अगर ये d का 0 का chance होता तो हम इतना आसानी से नहीं cancel करते. हम d equal to 0 will be taken as a root, one of the roots for this equation, right? So when you solve this, 11 will go 3 times, 11 will go 4 times. So d by a will be 4 by 3. So this is a relation that exists between the two terms, the first term and the common difference. So once we get this relation, let's make use of this in our subsequent working. So d by a is 4 by 3. So based on that, can I write my third term as what? A will be 3 plus 2 into 4 is 8. It's 11. Of course, there will be a k involved. This will be 4k, 3k. So यहाँ पे भी k will be there. I'm ignoring that forever. 14th term will be a means 3 plus 13 into 4, 52. 52 will be 55k. And what about this? It's going to be 3 plus 68 into 4. It's going to be what? 272. So it's 275. So one thing that we can very clearly note here is, for these are three consecutive terms of GP, right? So can I say the common ratio for the GP is clearly 5? 11 into 5 becomes 55. 55 into 5 becomes 275, right? So that means what will be next term of the GP? So can I say next term of the GP is going to be 275 into 5, isn't it? So which is going to be how much? 1375. And we know this next term of the GP is going to be nth term of the AP, this AP. What is the formula? A plus n minus 1 into d. Of course, there should be a k involved here, because I'll be using k for a and d here also. So a is 3k plus n minus 1 into 4k is 1375k. K can be cancelled out. And when you'll solve this, n minus 1 into 4 will be 1372. So 4 will cancel out 3 times, 4 times, 3 times. So n minus 1 is 343, means n will be equal to 344. I think that is what he's asking us. The value of n equals. So can I say my answer should be 344? All right. So 344 was the correct answer. Next, text question again. You can give this a try. I give you a couple of minutes. Or let's do one thing, instead of giving you complete time, what I'll do is I'll just give you a minute for reading the question, understanding it. We'll solve it together, because I think solving it in 1 minute or 2 minutes might not be a possible case, might not be possible for many of us. So let's understand it and then we'll solve it together. So that way we will be able to cover all the problems that I have in the presentation today. Completely. Let's do this. So it says sum of the squares of all the roots of the equation. This quadratic equation is given to us involving modulus E is how much? So sum of the squares of all the roots. So let's figure out what the roots are first. So the quadratic equation given to us is x square plus mod of x plus 4 plus mod of x minus 4 minus 35 will be 0. So here these two terms that we have inside the mod, they, depending on the sign that they have, depending on the value of x, they will change signs. Depending on the value, they will be changing their signs. So for example, if x plus 4 happens to be negative, this will be minus of x plus 4. If x plus 4 happens to be positive, we all know the definition, right? Mod x is defined as what? Mod of x is defined as, it will be x if x is greater than or equal to 0. It will be minus x if x is negative, less than 0. This is how it will be defined, right? So thus here, these two terms will also be defined according to the value inside the mod. So let's assume few details here. So let us assume that x plus 4 is positive. Or just a minute. Let me just show you first where does this 2 points lie. On the number line, x plus 4 equal to 0 would mean what? Minus 4. X is minus 4. X minus 4 equal to 0 would mean what? X is 4. Okay. So suppose I take a value of x which is beyond 4. So let, I'm writing here, let x is greater than or equal to 4. If this is the case, I'm talking about this region, x greater than or equal to 4. Now in this case, can I say this is definitely non-negative? It could be 0 or positive. This is definitely going to be positive. Hence, can I say the equation would change to x square, mod of x plus 4 will become simply x plus 4, mod of x minus 4 will become x minus 4, minus 35 equals 0. So when you solve this, x square plus 2x plus 4 minus 4 cancel out, minus 35 equal to 0. So in solving it, when you factorize it by quadratic equation solving approach, get x plus 7 into x minus 5 equal to 0. So the value of x will be either minus 7 or x will be 5. But owing to this assumption that we put that x is greater than or equal to 4, can I say x equal to minus 7 is not possible. So hence the value of x is going to be 5 only. So one of the roots that we have for this equation is going to be x equal to 5. Similarly, let's consider the other possibility. We have covered this region entirely. Now let's cover this region. So let's assume x is greater than or equal to minus 4 but less than 4. So x is in this region. So if x is less than 4, can I say x minus 4 is going to be negative? And if x is greater than or equal to minus 4, can I say x plus 4 is going to be non-negative? So here this will retain the sign. So then the equation will be x plus 4. This will change the sign. 35 equals 0. So x square plus x minus x will cancel out. It will be plus 8 minus 35 equal to 0. X square equal to 27. Okay. So when x square is equal to 27, you'll solve for the value of x. You'll get by taking the square root with plus or minus sign. Plus or minus, it's going to be what? 3 root 3. Okay, 3 root 3. So how much is 3 root 3? So root 3 value is 1.732. So 3 into 1.732, if you do the value, it's going to be around 5.1, 5.2. Approximately that, either with a plus sign or with a minus sign. But please note, both these values, plus 5.1 or minus 5.1, is beyond this range. It's not within this range. So thus, these will not be appropriate solutions. They will not be proper. So what do we do next? The last case, we have not covered this case so far. So let's assume x is less than minus 4. So if x is less than minus 4, both the mods will have negative sign, correct? Because both will be negative, x plus 4 as well as x minus 4. So the equation will become x square minus of x plus 4 minus of x minus 4 minus 35 equals 0. So when you solve this, x square minus 2x, 4 and minus 4 will cancel out, minus 35 equals 0. Factorize it, you'll get x minus 7 into x plus 5 equal to 0. So that means x will be either 7 or it will be minus 5. But out of the two values, please note, for this range, this assumption that we made, this will not satisfy, right? X equal to 7 is not less than minus 4, so hence we have only one more root. So overall, can I say we have only two possible roots for the given equation, x equal to plus 5 and x equal to minus 5. And what is he asking us to do? He's asking us to find out sum of the squares of all the roots. So hence can I say my answer will be 5 square plus minus 5 whole square, which is going to be 25 and 25, 50. So option choice A will be our answer. I think yes, help. Video will be uploaded after we are done with the live, right? So the answer will be 50. Next one. So let's go for this question directly without giving you time for solving it. So lengths of sides of a triangle are x, 21 and 40, where x is the shortest side. X is the shortest side. A possible value of x is what of the following? So in a triangle, we know one very basic property that is called as triangle's inequality. So it states sum of any two sides, so shorter two, for example, here the shorter will be these two. So sum of any two sides will always be greater than the third side. So sum of the shorter two sides should be greater than the longer side, the longest side. So x plus 21 should be greater than 40, must always happen. That further means what? X will be greater than 40 minus 21 is 19. So the value of x can be any value which is beyond 19. So that means that is what I get to know from triangle's inequality. Now when I say x greater than 19, clearly A is not possible, B is not possible, D is not possible. So the only allowed value for x, a possible value of x, is 20. So if you look at this problem, if you know this triangle's inequality, this can be solved in less than a minute time, right? I hope we are clear with this. So the answer will be C, 20. Next is the question on matrices. I would like to take it right away because this question particularly had an issue when it was asked back in 2022 in IPM Indore paper. So the issue was, if I continue with this particular matrix only, A is 1, 0, 1 by 2, 0. Now here you square it and see what happens. He is asking us for a to the power 2022, a very large power. Let's simply square it and see what happens. So when you square it, a square is basically a into a. So multiplication of matrix. So how do we multiply the matrices? We do row by column combination, right? Row by column combination. So what does it give me? 1 into 1 plus 0 into half will be 1 plus 0, 1. Next, first row and second column, 1 into 0 plus 0 into 0 will be 0. Next, second row and first column, half into 1, 0 into anything is 0. And lastly, it's going to be 0. So what I notice here is, in this case, a square, which is a into a, happens to be a only. So the value of the matrix, the matrix itself is not changing, right? A square. So you can notice similarly, a cube also, when you will calculate a square into a, and now that we know a square is a only, which is a square, which will be again a. So can we generalize and say a to the power n for this matrix, any power, it's going to be a only. So if he's asking us for a to the power 2022, it doesn't matter what the power is, it is going to be the same matrix only. So which option choice will be the correct answer? If you look at it, none of these would be the correct. But in the exam, when it was asked, the option choice given was this, which was wrong. So they have rectified it. They have given grace marks for all. But anyways, for this question, the answer will be the same matrix itself. However, a small rule or observation. Now, if your matrix is of the type 1, 0, suppose some a and 1. So this is not 0, this is 1, suppose. Now here, if you're trying to find out a square, a cube, a power n, then you'll get the following result. A to the power n in this case, in this type of matrix, will be everything remains the same, just that this A will become n into A. N into A. So for example, imagine had this 0 been 1 and he's asking us for A to the power 2022, my answer directly will be A to the power 2022 from this rule will be nothing but same, these three terms will be same, and this will become n into A. So it will be what? Half into 2022. How much will it be? 1 0 1, and this will be half into 2022 ka matlab 1011. Then my answer would have been this. So this is the result that we could apply for a matrix of this type, but this was a erroneous problem, right? This was a problem with error. The answer should be none of these, but they have given it as B for some reason, some mistake. Next, so this is your binomial theorem expansion. So binomial expansion here, let's see how do we do it. So if three consecutive coefficients in the expansion of x plus y whole power n, and by the way, when you expand x plus y whole power n, the expansion will be like this: nc0 x power n plus nc1 x power n minus 1 into y power 1, nc2 x power n minus 2 into y square, and so on. When you continue like this, you will get r plus 1th term like ncr, right, into x to the power n minus r into y to the power r. He's asking us for taking three consecutive coefficients. So I'll take this is one consecutive. The other could be probably the term before it into something, and the other would be the term after it into something, some power of x, some power of y. So he's saying these three consecutive coefficients, these three, this one, and this one, are in certain ratio 1:9:63. 1 part, 9 part, 63 part. We have to find the value of n here. So how do we go about it? Simply substitute the values, the ratio, and simplify and solve. So can I say from first two coefficients, can I say NCR by NCR minus 1 will be equal to 9 by 1. The ratio is 1:9. So second term by first term will be 9 by 1. Simplify. What is NCR? N factorial by n minus r factorial into r factorial by. What is NCR minus 1? N factorial by n minus r minus 1. That means plus 1 factorial into r minus 1 factorial should be equal to 9. N factorial cancels out, and if you notice, n minus r factorial and n minus r factorial here will cancel out. You will be left with only n minus r plus 1. R minus 1 factorial, r minus 1 factorial will cancel out. You will be left with only r. So this would mean what? N minus r plus 1 by r will be equal to 9, which can be simplified, of course. Let's simplify and see what do we get. So we'll get n plus 1 will be equal to 10r. So say this is our equation number 1. We can use a similar equation for probably say third coefficient and second coefficient also. So if you take 63 by 9, which is 7, will be equal to NCR plus 1, I am writing it directly, n factorial by n minus r minus 1 factorial into r plus 1 factorial by NCR, which is n factorial by n minus r factorial into r factorial. Simplify, n factorial cancels out, n minus r minus 1 factorial will cancel out with n minus r minus 1 factorial, and you will be left with n minus r here. R factorial will cancel out with r factorial, you will be left with r plus 1 here, because r plus 1 factorial is nothing but r plus 1 into r factorial. Simplify, what do we get here? So here you will be getting n minus r by r plus 1. This will come in numerator now, 7. Now cross multiply and check. So n minus r will be equal to what? 7r plus 7. So n will be equal to 8r plus 7. Okay. So we have two equations in two unknowns. We can very well solve for both value of r as well as n. Let's do that. So let's replace n equal to 8r plus 7 here. So when I do that, what do we get? Let's write it on the next slide. So n equal to 8r plus 7 plus 1 will be equal to 10r. That is 10r. So that will be what? 2r will be equal to 8 So that means r is 4. And once you get the value of r, you can very well find out the value of n either by using first or second equation. I'll use the second equation. It's going to be 8r plus 7. So what is 8r plus 7? 8 into 4, 32 plus 7 will give us the value as 39. So the answer for this question, what is the value of n? It's going to be 39 here. Okay. Next question. So how do we solve this? This appeared in IPMAT Indore 2023 paper. Think about this question once. Aryan, you're right. Probably yes, but again, we cannot generalize that we shall be leaving out such questions entirely, right? Because sometimes, see, because we do not have control over the type of questions that you get in your exam, we don't really have any control over that. So imagine if you get most of the questions of these types, then of course you don't have the liberty of skipping a few. I agree with you. If there are several other doable questions which generally are there, then maybe you can do away with such linear questions. But if you remember, some of the questions that we have solved are pretty direct also. So it's all mixed, right? So you'll have to take that call. Is the answer 5? Help, are you talking about this question? No, I think no. Answer is not 5. I think it's pretty large answer. Let's see. Let's go for it. I hope you are aware of the concept first. Let me teach the concept and then we'll go for the solution. The total number of positive integer solutions. So positive integer solution would mean what? Natural number solutions of a plus b plus c between 21 to 25. Now before we go for this question, I would just try to share a small formula with all of you. So if you have an equation like this, x3 plus so on, let's suppose xr is equal to n, where x1, x2, x3 so on till xr are all positive integers. Suppose these are all positive integers. What will be the number of solutions for this? So number of solutions for this equation is directly given by the formula. The formula is this n is there on the right hand side, n minus 1 c. So the combination, this will be obtained from permutation combination. So n minus 1 c, number of variables r minus 1. So of course there is a logic for this, but let's not go for the logic right now because we have large ground to cover, right? So this is the formula that we'll be using for this problem. But however, please note, this formula works very well if you have an equation. But here you don't have an equation, you have an inequation here, right? Less than or equal to, less than or equal to. So how do we solve for that? So what you do here is you break it down into several equations. So can I write this as, this inequality as a plus b plus c equal to 21 or 22? Any value from 21 to 25, right? Or it can be 24, or at max it can be 25. Now please note, I want ABC to be natural numbers, positive integers. So what's the formula here? Number of solutions by that formula is 21 minus 1, 20, C, 3 minus 1, 2. So the number of solutions in the first case is 20C2. So how much is 20C2? 20 into 19 upon 2. What about this? It will be 22 minus 1. So 21C2. It's 21 into 20 by 2. इसको सिंप्लीफाई नहीं करते हैं, बाद में फाइनली करेंगे, by 2 नहीं करेंगे अभी. This will be 23 minus 1, 22 C2, n minus 1 C r minus 1. R is 3 everywhere, so 3 minus 1 will be 2 everywhere. So 22 into 21 by 2. Similarly, now the task that we have is adding them up. So when you add them up, this 1 by 2 can be pulled out common everywhere, and what I have to do is I have to multiply the terms. So 20 into 19 is what? 380. 21 into 20 is what? 420. 22 into 21 will be what? 462. See, the way in which we can do this is, I'm sure you will have your own way, but 22 into 21 अगर करना है ना, इसको आप ऐसे विजुलाइज कीजिएगा, थिंक अबाउट इट लाइक दिस, 22 into 20 plus 1, so 22 into 20 will be what, 440, plus 22 into 1 will be what, 22, it's 462. Next is what, 23 into 22, it would be what, 484, 506. And lastly 25 into 24 will be what, 600. Okay, now you just need to add them up, so my answer will be half of, when you add them all, it's 0, 6, 68, 88, 168, 1 carry, 7, 12, 16, 20, 23. So ये कितना आ रहा है देखना यार, ये आ रहा है आपका, this will be 11, 84. Okay, 11, 84, 11 times 8 times 4 times 11, 84 is what we should be getting as our answer. So here there is no direct way. 20C3 नहीं 20C2 रहेगा. I hope you understand. You may do that. You can simplify any way you want to. You can do by 2 cancellation here also if you want to. It's up to you. See, ultimately this is all calculation only, right? So calculation जो रहेगा 1160 आ रहा है. एक सेकंड, कहीं तो हमने कुछ मिस किया है. 20 into 19 is 380. 21 into 20 is what, 420. All right. 22 into 420, 462. That is also all right. 22 into 23 is 484, 486. 506. That is also all right. 25 into 24 is what, 600. That's also all right. एक second, 1106, 100, 162, 168. n minus 1 CR minus 1. 1160. गलती यहां की यार हमने, एक सेकंड. दिस इज अ मिस्टेक वेयर वी हैव मेड, इसलिए हमारा आंसर थोड़ा ज्यादा आ रहा है. ये 25 जो था ना, वी हैव रिटन इट एज 25C2. ये होना चाहिए था 24C2. सो तब आपका जो, आई जस्ट चेंज वेर एवर द वैल्यूज विल चेंज, आई जस्ट चेंज दोज वैल्यूज. हाँ, रेस्ट ऑल सेम. गलती यहां हुई है तो इसको मैं करेक्ट कर देता हूं. तो 24C2 का मतलब क्या होगा, 24 into 23/2. So 24 into 23 will be how much? It's going to be 529, 532, 552. 552. Now let's add it. So when you add it, 52 and 6, 58, 58, 60, 120, 140, 140 and 220. 2 carry. 2 and 5 is 7, 7 and 5 is 12, 16, 20, 23, 2320. So 2320/2 will give you 1160. So the logic was correct. There was a mistake here which I have rectified in white. Okay. Yes, yes, Aryan. Thank you. Next. So what will be the solution set for this inequality? So how do we? Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone. Yeah. Navya and Aryan. Correct. So what will be the answer for this? So how do we solve this? So let's see. Let's try to do it. So x square into x plus 1 upon x minus 1 into 2x plus 1 whole cube is greater than 0. अब यहां पर please realize one thing that you can't do. You cannot cross multiply x minus 1. You cannot take x minus 1 on the other side and say it becomes 0 into x minus 1, 0. You can't do that. Why? Because if you take x minus 1 on the right hand side, what if x minus 1 itself is negative? Because when you multiply both sides by negative number, inequality is supposed to change, right? Here that risk will be there. To avoid that risk, there is a trick that we have. The trick is you multiply in the numerator on both sides, left hand side and right hand side, by, यहाँ पर x minus 1 है ना, multiply by x minus 1 the whole square on both sides. Now x minus 1 the whole square is never negative. So thus the risk of sign change is avoided entirely. यहाँ पर whole cube है, so multiply on both sides by 2x plus 1 whole power 4. 2x plus 1 whole power 4. 0 into anything is going to be 0 only. So no need to worry about right hand side, it's going to be 0. And यहाँ पर x minus 1 will cancel out one time. So 1x minus 1 will be left in numerator. 2x plus 1 whole cube will cancel out with 2x plus 1 whole cube. 2x plus 1 will be left. And please also realize, because यहाँ पर denominator में you have x minus 1 and 2x plus 1, they cannot be 0. So x minus 1 cannot be 0. Also 2x plus 1 cannot be 0. मतलब the value of x cannot be minus half or 1. ये दोनों तो नहीं होंगे, माइनस हाफ और 1 तो नहीं होंगे. और जैसे ही द मोमेंट वी रियलाइज दिस माइनस हाफ एंड 1 नहीं होंगे, प्लीज ऑब्जर्व, कैन वी एलिमिनेट ऑप्शन चॉइस ए? व्हाई? बिकॉज ऑप्शन चॉइस ए में यहां पर 1 आएगा, बट 1 हमारा सॉल्यूशन सेट नहीं हो सकता बिकॉज 1 is anyways impossible. It will make the denominator 0. So we can reject option choice A. Correct? Look at second option choice. Now in this particular option choice, can I say 1 भी नहीं आ रहा है और minus half भी नहीं आ रहा है? That's okay. So this probably could be my answer. Look at the third option choice. In the third option choice, between minus 1 to 0, you'll have a minus half value. Cannot be present. Cannot be my answer. Again here, minus half and 1 are gone. This probably can be my answer. So if I have to do the guesswork, suppose I have limited time in the test, I will never place bet on A or C. If I have to select, if I have to do the guesswork, I will select one out of these two. 50% chances सही होने का. But let's continue. Let's solve it entirely. तो क्या बचा है यहाँ पर? X square into x plus 1 into x minus 1 into 2x plus 1. Take out 2 common. It will be x plus half. This is what you'll get. Now, how do we solve such inequalities? We draw a curve for this. We plot a curve for this. So take the critical points for each term. So x के लिए क्या रहेगा critical point? 0 रहेगा. When does x become 0? At x equal to 0. When does x plus 1 become 0? At x equal to minus 1. That's the next critical point. सारे के critical points आप लिख लो. x minus 1 का plus 1 and x plus half का minus half, like this. So these are the critical points. Now what we shall do is, we'll draw the curve. We'll draw the curve. If you take any value which is large enough, can I say all these values are going to be pretty large? For example, imagine you take x as infinity. So this is going to be infinity square, infinity, infinity, infinity. Definitely this inequality will satisfy. Overall this expression will become positive. तो यहाँ से शुरू होगा वो, और हर रूट पे, हर क्रिटिकल पॉइंट पे डिफ्लेक्ट होगा. सो डिफ्लेक्शन का मतलब है, if the graph was above this line, it will go below it. Above this line is positive, below this line is negative. This is your x-axis. Okay, so it will deflect. So plus 1 पे deflect होगा. Next 0 पे it won't deflect. Why? Because 0 के साथ there is an even power. For x equal to x के साथ there is an even power. Here there won't be deflection. Please note, for even power there will be reflection. Again it will go back. It will go back like this. Again here it will deflect because minus half, it's odd power, it will deflect. At minus 1 again it's odd power, it will deflect. So the graph will look something like this. So 0 पे there is a reflection that will happen. So the graph will not be like this. For your information, the graph will not be like this. Continuous से बढ़ता नहीं जाएगा, 0 पे आएगा x axis की तरफ. It will come towards x axis. So this is how the graph will look. So what do I want my inequality to be? Greater than 0, positive. So can I say this will come and this region will come. So these are two values, two regions which will be belonging to my solution set. So hence can I say the value of x will be minus 1 से लेके minus half, open brackets, union 1 से लेके infinity. So this is what our answer should look like. So which will be the best one? This is the one. So minus 1 to minus half, right? And union 1 to infinity, fourth option choice will be the correct answer. You can do it here. You can do it. But there is a process generally. Exam mein, of course, we do not follow the process. सो डायरेक्टली आप इन्हीं पॉइंट्स के साथ क्रिटिकल पॉइंट्स फाइंड कर सकते हो, यू कैन डू दैट, बट जस्ट बी अवेयर ऑफ दैट. ओके, so the answer should be D, right, as we pointed out. Next one. So next is a arithmetic based question, simple percentage, simple interest, compound interest based question. Let's go for this. If the difference between compound interest and simple interest for a certain amount of money invested for 3 years at an annual interest of 10% is 527, then the amount invested in INR is. So for this type of problems, I would like to share a direct approach, a direct formula, simple interest, compound interest में. So difference between simple interest and compound interest I'll represent by this symbol, delta, difference. So अगर मैं लिखूं delta 1, so that would mean difference for 1 year. So difference for 1 year between SI and CI is nil. There is no difference at all. So that's 0. But if you take difference for 2 years, so second year से SI/CI में थोड़ा फर्क आ जाएगा, difference आएगा. So there is a formula for that. So if you have borrowed P rupees at R% rate of interest, then delta 2, difference for 2 years, is given by the formula P into R by 100 the whole square. Similarly, we have a formula for delta 3 also. So difference for 3 years. So what is going to be difference for 3 years? The formula is P into R by 100 whole cube plus 3 into P into R by 100 whole square. अगर आप चाहो तो इसको R% भी लिख सकते हो. R% का भी, R% means the same, right? R by 100 only. So these three formulae, right? So delta 3 is nothing but that particular expression out there. So if I read the question again, if the difference between SI and CI for a certain sum of money invested for 3 years is 527, rate of interest is also given, then the amount invested is what? So can I say he is directly giving you delta 3, 527? That will be equal to what? P into R is 10. So 10 by 100 is 1 by 10 whole cube plus 3 into P into 10 by 100, 1 by 10 square. Let's simplify. 527 will be equal to P by 1000 plus this will be 3 P by 100. So 527, this will be equal to, if you take the LCM, it's going to be 1000. 1000 and 100, the LCM is 1000. So P plus, this will be 10 into 3P, 30P. Now just solve this. So 31 will go what? 17 times here. So cross multiply, you'll get the value of P, the principal, the amount borrowed as 17,000 rupees, not 17,100, 17,000 rupees. So fourth option choice will be our answer. So if we know the formula, we could do it pretty directly. Even otherwise, we can definitely get to the answer. You can do that, yes, Navya. Yes, 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 absolutely, I agree. So the answer is D for this. Next, it's a numbers based question. So number of factors of 1800 that are multiples of 6. Can you please answer this? One second. Minus 1 by 2 to 0. Navya, you mean to say this? नहीं मतलब, see, wrong माने I am only going by the way in which it will pan out, not exactly same. I don't know how the graph would be because it's a very complicated equation. But what I can say is it would touch it down at 0. 0 पे कहीं तो, for example, एक चीज नोटिस कीजिए ना यहाँ पर, इस एक्सप्रेशन में if you put x equal to 0, are you not going to get a zero value? So at x equal to 0, the graph, the value of the expression is going to become 0. However, we don't want that. So इसलिए it will come very close to x axis and then again it will reflect back. The answer is B. Okay. Let me see. Let's see. Alright, देखते हैं. आप इस समय तक ये कोशिश कीजिए आप लोग this particular problem numbers का. Take 1 or 2 minutes. Let me check. See, a small way to disprove that, huh? Navya, just to say that B is wrong. In B, you also have a value like -3, right? Here you have it, -3. Substitute -3 and check. It will be -3 whole square 9. -3 plus 2 will be -2. -3 minus 1 will be -4. 2x plus 1 whole cube. This is going to be a negative value, right? Again, negative into negative is going to be positive in denominator. In numerator, you still have a negative value. So overall, I don't know what the value is going to be because it will be a slightly complicated value. Overall, the value is going to be negative. But we want it to be greater than 0, isn't it? So thus, B is definitely wrong. D रहेगा या नहीं रहेगा, but B तो definitely हम rule out कर सकते हैं. B is not possible. I hope it's clear, Navya. Anyone answer for this? So number of factors of 1800 that are multiples of 6. Very good here. देखते हैं एक बार इसका टेक्निक जल्दी से. So method for this is, firstly you prime factorize 1800. So how do we do that? 1800 can be written as 18 into 100 and then you break it down. 18 is 2 into 9. So 2 into 3 square. 100 is 2 square into 5 square. So overall, can I say it will be 2 into 2 square, 2 cube, 3 square into 5 square. So 1800 could be written like this. Then what do we want? We want factors which are multiples of 6 only. We don't want all the factors. We want factors which are multiple of 6. Now think about it. How do we get multiples of 6? So multiple of 6 होने के लिए you need at least 1 2 and 1 3. At least. More भी चलेगा, but you need at least 1 2 and at least 1 3. So let's do one thing. Let us pull out 1 2 and 1 3 from this expression. So when I do that, so when I pull out 1 2 and 1 3 out of this expression, what is left inside? So inside 2 cube में से अगर एक 2 बाहर आ गया, 2 square बचेगा. 3 square में से if 1 3 comes out and 5 square. This is what I'll be left with. Now can I say whatever factor I pull out from this particular group, whatever factor, it will eventually be multiplied by 6 and hence the factor received is definitely going to be a multiple of 6 always. So what's the number of factors for this now? So number of factors का direct formula है power plus 1. So 2 plus 1 3, 1 plus 1 2, 2 plus 1 3. So thus I'll get my answer as 18. So there are 18 such factors, 18f money, 18 factors which would be multiples of 6 for sure. And hence the answer for this question is going to be 18. All right. Let's move on. So the answer is 18. Now this is another interesting problem. I would want you to try this even if you have done it in the past. Give this question a try. I give you some 2-3 minutes time. This will be a good to discuss problem. कोशिश करो सब लोग, ट्राई इट आउट. ओके, its answer will be 12. ओके, देखते हैं, आप लोग ट्राई करो, और भी थोड़ा टाइम है. कीप ट्राइंग गाइस. See, the idea is, I told this question is very interesting. The reason is it would demand some observation. This question is not just based on solving. You need to observe a few details here, which is going to create the difference. Whether your answer is 2 or 12 or 4 or whatever, that observation would be mattering. So please, okay. No, yeah, previous one it is 18 here. Previous one it is 18. So 20 seconds में शुरू करता हूं मैं discussion. No, the answer is not 2. Help, you're right. अपना नाम है ना चेंज करो यार आप. हेल्प, very good, very good. 3 cases are possible. Beautiful. See, that is what is the observation I'm talking about. Let's go for this. So here you have the equation as x square minus 15x plus 55 to the power another expression again, quadratic, and this should be equal to 1. And he's asking us how many solutions will this equation have. So by observation, can I simply say, if for some values of x, if this part here becomes 1, then I know as a fact 1 to the power anything is definitely going to be 1. So that means one set of solutions that I'll be getting is when case 1. One set of solutions will be when x square minus 15x plus 55 becomes 1. Isn't it? So simplify karo isko. X square minus 15x plus 54 equal to 0. Factorize karo. It's going to be, factors are 6 and 9. X minus 9 into x minus 6. So that means the values of x here will be 6 or 9. So that means when I put x equal to 6 or I put x equal to 9, this base is going to be 1. And if the base is 1, 1 to the power anything is going to be 1 only. So these two are definitely our solutions. And for values of x, 6 and 9, the power here is definitely going to have some integer value. Okay. So 1 to the power anything will be 1. So these two are solutions for sure. Next case, consider this. Second case. Second case. Consider this now. Observe, what if the power becomes 0? So if the power becomes 0, can I say anything to the power 0 will also be 1? However, that anything should not be 0 itself. 0 to the power 0 is not defined, right? So second case will be when the power is 0. So when you solve this, factorize it. So x minus 2 into x minus 3 equal to 0. So that means for x equal to 2 or x equal to 3, the power is going to be 0. And if the power is 0, then again anything to the power 0 is going to be 1. So these two are additional solutions that we have. And also note, for x equal to 2 or 3, the base here is definitely not going to be 0 क्योंकि वो इसके roots है ही नहीं. Base के roots है 6 or 9. So thus these are also acceptable solutions. So we got 2 more. Think about the third case now. The third case would be, what if the base is minus 1 and the power becomes even? So minus 1 to the power any even power will be plus 1 only, right? So that could form another set of solutions. So third case I'm asking you to check is this, equal to minus 1. So जब आप इसको solve करोगे, क्या बनेगा ये x square minus 15x plus 56 is 0. So factorize it. It's going to be x minus 8 into x minus 7 equal to 0. That means x equal to 7 or x equal to 8. This possibly could be my solutions, but let's check. For x equal to 7, is the power even or not? Let's check. 7 square is odd, 5 into 7 is odd, plus 6 is even. Odd minus odd is even plus even will be another even. So that means for x equal to 7, it will work. The power is becoming even. Put x equal to 8. So for x equal to 8, this is even, this is also even, this is also even. So even plus even plus even, or even minus even plus even, everything, any combination will give you even result. So x equal to 8 भी चलेगा. तो इसका मतलब कुल मिलाकर हमारे कितने सॉल्यूशंस हुए? यहाँ पर हमारे सॉल्यूशंस हुए 6, 9, 2, 3, 7, 8. कुल मिलाकर we have 6 solutions. Sir, change here. Yes, sir. I didn't follow you, Blina. So the answer is 6 for this. Next question. So not a very deep complicated question. So let's complete it together. We are almost nearing the end of the quant part. Let's complete it. The angle of elevation of top of a pole from a point A on the ground. So top of a pole, suppose is this. From point A on the ground, suppose A is this. The angle of elevation is 30 degree. So this is 30 degree. The angle of elevation changes to 45 degree after moving 20 meters towards the base of the pole. So that means after moving like this 20 meters, suppose to point B, the angle of elevation here is 45 degree. Then height of the pole in meters is how much? So suppose the height is h. We don't know what the height is, suppose it is h. Now this was point A, this is point B, this is point P suppose, and this is point Q suppose. Now consider in triangle APQ, in the bigger triangle APQ, can I say in this tan 30 value is going to be opposite side by AP. So इसका मतलब tan 30 is how much? 1 by root 3 is h upon AP. Cross multiply, you will get the value of AP as h root 3. Now consider the smaller triangle BPQ. So यहाँ पर tan 45, the value is 1. Is going to be what? H by BP. Cross multiply, you will find the value of BP to be h. So this part is h, and this part is h root 3. So can I say using these two, AB is nothing but AP minus BP, which is h root 3 minus h into root 3 minus 1, and that is given to be 20 here. So from here you can find the value of h as 20 upon root 3 plus 1. Rationalize the denominator. How do we do that? Multiply with root 3 minus 1 in numerator and denominator. करो कितना आएगा? Denominator आ जाएगा root 3 whole square 3 minus 1 2 हो जाएगा. This will go 10 times. So finally my answer 10 into root 3 minus 1. Sorry. Small changes again. ये 20 by root 3 minus 1 था. So thus ये प्लस होगा. So thus ये प्लस होगा. See, the worst case would have been here if there was an option like 10 into root 3 minus 1. Then many students who have made this mistake would fall in the trap, right? Sir, main help हूँ. अच्छा okay. ठीक है यार, ठीक है ब्लीना. Okay, moving on. I hope this was clear. This was a regular problem from your trigonometry, heights and distances. Now, this is one more interesting problem. I want to give you again, I don't think so I can give you time. Let's discuss it right away. It's a very interesting problem. Let's solve it together. Along the way, we'll learn a few things. If theta is the angle between the pair of tangents drawn from the point A of 0, 7/2 to the circle, then tan theta is how much? Now observe, for this circle, based on the equation, can I say the center of the circle will be minus of minus 14, so that means plus 14/2, minus of 16/2, तो आपका सेंटर क्या बनेगा 7, -8 हो जाएगा सेंटर. So center itself is going to be 7, -8. So this one thing that we can directly say from the equation. Another is we can also talk about the ratio, the radius here. So radius का formula क्या रहेगा? So radius is given by, from the equation, square root of sum of squares of the x coordinate and y coordinate of the center. So it's going to be 7 square plus -8 whole square. From this we subtract the constant term. The constant is 88. So when you do that, this is 49, 64 minus 88, you get root 25. So radius होगा 5 और center होगा 7, -8. All right. So now let's try to plot the diagram and visualize the figure here. How would it look? So you have a circle whose center is 7, -8. Suppose this is center C. And suppose from an external point A, 0, 7/2, we are drawing two tangents like this. Suppose like this. So this is A. Suppose this is point P, the point of contact. This is point Q, the other point of contact. Radius कितना आया हमारा 5. Radius is 5. Remember that also. So we have a property in circle that from the center, if you connect to the point of contact, the radius, this will be perpendicular to the tangent. This is going to be perpendicular. Similarly here also, if you connect with P, this will be perpendicular. So this is 5. Of course, this is also 5. Now connect A with C. So if you want to use the distance formula, we can find out the distance between A and C. So AC कितना आएगा distance formula से? So AC will be root over 7 minus 0, 7 square, plus 8 plus 7/2. So it's going to be what? 23/2 whole square. कितना आएगा ये further? So when you simplify, this will be 49, and this is going to be 23 square, 529 by 2. So this is going to be by 2 नहीं, by 4. ये कितना आएगा? This is going to be 4 into 49, 196, and 196 and 529, when you add it, it's going to be 725 by 4. So AC का value इतना आएगा. This is what you will get AC as. Right. Next, you know this is radius, so you can figure out this length by using Pythagoras theorem now. So what is Pythagoras theorem? So AC square will be equal to CP square plus AP square. So here you know AC square is 725 by 4. CP square is nothing but the radius square, which is 25, plus AP square. So when you solve this, you will get AP square as, take it on the other side, 625 by 4, take the square root, you will get AP as, root 625 is how much? 25, by root 4 is 2. So you will get this length here as 25 upon 2. I was more interested in finding out this length. I'll tell you why. He's asking us for this angle, right? And there's a property that this line segment AC will bisect this angle. That means if I take this part as theta, this is also going to be theta. And he's asking us to find 2 theta here, theta plus theta. Now focus on the triangle ACP. Focus on the triangle ACP here, which is a right angle triangle. Now in the triangle, can I note tan theta value will be nothing but opposite side by the adjacent side, which is 25 by 2. When you solve this, you will get this as 2 by 5. So tan theta is known now. But as I told you, he's asking you to find out tan 2 theta. सॉरी यार, एक काम करते हैं, लेट्स डू वन थिंग, बिकॉज थीटा इज ऑलरेडी यूज देयर, इसको आप कुछ और, अदरवाइज यू विल गेट कंफ्यूज्ड, इसको आप अल्फा ले लो, टेक इट एज अल्फा, is alpha alpha alpha. So you got tan alpha value. Now what is he asking us? Tan theta, which will be nothing but tan 2 alpha, and I am sure all of us know the value of tan 2 alpha. It will be 2 tan alpha by 1 minus tan square alpha. So when you put in the values, so 2 into 2 by 5 by 1 minus 2 by 5 the whole square. So simplify, it's going to be 4 by 5 by this what, 21 by 25. So simplify करने पर you will finally get the answer as 20 by 21. So this is the longer way of doing it. और कोई shorter technique है क्या? Is there any shorter way of doing it? This was the longer way. I'll share one smart trick here. For finding out this length of AP, we went through this entire process, right? Finally, we got the value of AP. There is a direct way of finding out AP here. The value of AP, if this equation is suppose S equal to 0, that equation, the value of the length of the tangent is directly given by the formula AP will be equal to square root of S11. Now what is S11? S11 is nothing but substituting this x1 y1 value in this given equation. So what you do is, in this equation substitute x as 0 everywhere, substitute y as 7 by 2 everywhere, you will get a value for that expression, take square root of that, you will directly get length of the tangent. So there is no need of going for this very long process, because this is going to eat up so many minutes, right? Maybe at least 1 to 2 minutes time can be saved. That's the formula that you can maybe remember. And उसके बाद में the process is regular. यही process tan 2 theta you have to use, right? Get the answer. I hope we are clear with this. So the answer is second option choice. Let's take up a couple of more questions, right? Go for this question, try it out. So quadratic expression का minima value, maxima value. How do we do that? There's a direct formula also, and you can do it without the formula. I'll share the formula first. If you take a quadratic expression like this, ax square plus bx plus c, now this quadratic expression will have a minima as well as a maxima depending on the value of a. Agar if a is positive, then the quadratic expression will have a minima, and if a is negative, then the same quadratic expression will have a maxima. Now both the maxima and minima is given by the same formula, which is 4ac minus b square upon 4a. So this is the formula that we have for finding out the maxima and minima value for a given quadratic expression. So we may either make use of those formula, we can do that, or alternate way of looking at it is, if you look at f of x is nothing but x square plus 2bx plus 2c square. Can I rewrite this as, I look at this term 2bx here, right? I remember a very basic formula that we are all aware of, a plus b the whole square. A plus b the whole square is a square plus 2ab plus b square. So I have a square here, think of it like that. I have a square here, I have 2 into something into a. I am missing, the term that is missing is b square. So what I'll do is, let's add and subtract b square here, so that we can complete the perfect square. So now look at this. This is a square plus 2ab plus b square term. Can I say it will be x plus b the whole square? I could write like this, plus 2c square minus b square is the remaining term. Now please look at this f of x now carefully. This is anyways a perfect square. So I want to find its minima value. This will become minima when this becomes 0. So hence can I say f of x minima is going to be when this becomes 0. So 2c square minus b square. Similarly, so or use the formula. Use the formula, you'll get the same result. Similarly, if you look at g of x, it's minus x square minus 2cx plus b square. Take minus common outside. X square plus 2cx plus b square will become minus b square. Now notice, look at the expression inside the bracket. Again, I have a term like a square plus 2ab. I want to convert it to a perfect square. How do I do it again? Inside the bracket, add c square and subtract c square. Inside the bracket only. So this will become minus. This is of the form a square plus 2ab plus b square, which will become what? X plus c the whole square minus b square minus c square. This is nothing but further take this minus inside, minus of x plus c the whole square plus b square plus c square. Now as x keeps on increasing, this will become bigger and bigger negative, right? For example, take x as infinity. This will become minus infinity, a very, very small value. Now if I want to maximize this, I would like to put the 0, right? So put x equal to minus c. So thus can I say, based on this, maximum value of g of x will be b square plus c square. Or use the formula. You can always use that formula, or you could go like this without the formula too. Now what is given to us? The minimum value here is greater than the maximum value here. I'll continue here in this box. So what's the minimum value here? 2c square minus b square is greater than maximum value here. So take c square on this side, 2c square minus c square will be greater than 2b square. Take square root. So square root of c square will be what? Mod c. Right? See, generally, when I take square root of 25, so x square equal to 25 ka matlab, x will be what? X will be plus or minus root 25, which is 5. But here, when I put a mod, it doesn't really matter. I need not write plus minus, because depending on the value of the c, if it's negative, it will become minus c, positive, it will become plus c. So mod will suffice. Same thing on the right hand side. This will be greater than root 2 into mod b. So this is what we could claim. And which option choice is this? This is clearly the first option choice. So mod c greater than root 2 into mod b. So first option choice will be our correct answer. So this question I'm skipping it. You can take a screenshot of it, right? You can try it out. I would like to cover one more question, which is a DI question. And this is the question that I would like to cover. So let's go for this. This would be our last problem, right, for the day. So after this, we'll be not ending the session. I'll hand it over to my colleague, all right, who will be taking up the verbal part. Now let's quickly go for this. Saath mein padhte hain. Let's read together, understand it together. It says in a football tournament, 6 teams, A, B, C, D, E, F, participated. Every pair of teams had exactly one match among them, between them. For any team, a win fetches 2 points. So whenever a team wins, it will gain 2 points. A draw fetches 1, same, it will get 1 point. And a loss fetches no points. So in this case, it's 0. Both the teams E and F ended with less than 5 points. At the end of the tournament, points table is as follows. Some of the entries are not shown. And then we have some details here. We'll read that later. It is known that Team B defeated Team C. So B beat C. So B is the winner and C is the loser in the match. Team C defeated Team D. So likewise, C is the winner and D is the loser in their match. Okay. So there are some important facts that we need to understand when it comes to a set like this. He says there are 6 teams. If there are 6 teams, the number of matches that we'll have, if you are comfortable with P and C, we can directly say it is 62. Or if not, you can simply count it. How do we count it? A would be playing 5 distinct matches with B, C, D, E, F. Now B will be playing only 4 distinct matches because one match of A is already counted. So it will be only 4. Then C will be 3, and likewise it will drop by 2, by 1 every time, and add them up. So you'll get 15 like this. So 62, yeah, ऐसे add करो or directly do 62. So total matches we know now. In this particular tournament, there should be 15 matches. Also, look at the point scheme. For a win, you get 2. For a loss, you get 0. For a draw, you get 1 point. What does it mean exactly? That would mean, suppose your team is winning the match. Your team. That means your opponent is losing the match. So your winning team will get 2 points. Opponent will get 0. So overall, you will be getting sorry. So overall, we'll be distributing 2 points. Next case, suppose your team loses, so you will get 0. That means opponent will win, opponent will get 2. So overall, still in the match, 2 points are distributed. Third case, suppose the match ends as a draw, so you will get 1 point, opponent also gets 1 point. So overall, 2 points will be distributed. Correct? So one point I'm trying to highlight here is, no matter how the match ends, the match total number of points in each match is going to be 2 only. It's either 2 plus 0 or 0 plus 2 or 1 plus 1. So that means if there are 15 matches, so number of points will be 30, can I say? 15 into 2. So overall number of points here, the sum of the points for each team should be 30. Add the values given, 8 and 6 is 14, 14 and 10 is 24. So that means these two together should be 6. These two together should be 6 points. Okay, that's what we can say. Now if their sum is 6, how can it be 6? So it could be 6 in the following way, because it's given somewhere that each of them is less than 5 points. So it could probably like 4 and 2, or it could be 3 and 3, or it could be 2 and 4. So these are the possible combinations for the points for E and F. Now one more thing that I noticed from the table, that we can notice from the table, is E had 1 loss. So that means the number of wins and draws for E should be 4, right? It should be 4. So number of wins and draws, if it is 4, so can I say the minimum points that will be scored by E will be, since he has only 1 loss, he can have all others as draw to minimize his number of points. Now even in this case, please note, E is going to get 1 point each. That means E is going to get at least 4 points. I hope this logic is clear. E is going to get at least 4 points because there is only 1 loss from the table. That means the remaining 4 matches will either be draw or wins. And since I want to minimize the number of points for E, I'll assume all draws. Even then, it will be 4 points. So that means, can I say, the other combinations are not really possible. So this 6 will be as follows. E will get 4 points and F should get 2 points. Now how would F get 2 points? Let's try to understand that also, right? How would F get 2 points? So for 2 points, one possibility could be I win 1 match and the rest all I lose. This could be one possibility. Or I draw 2 matches and the rest all I lose. So for F, so either of these 2 cases must have happened. So either 2 draw matches or no draw matches for F. Let's observe one more thing, one more detail here. If you look at the number of points for the others, for example, if you look at A is getting 8 points. How would A get 8 points? He has 0 losses, no loss at all. That means we should distribute 8 points in terms of wins and losses, 5 wins and losses. How would we do that? The only combination, if you think about it, is 3 wins, 3 into 2, 6, 2 draws. That's the only way in which we can get 8 points with 0 losses. Next, for B, B has 2 losses already. So it will get 0 points on account of these 2 matches. Now the remaining 3 matches, I should get 6 points. How do I do that? One way is, the only way is the remaining 3 matches, I win all of them. So that means there are no draw matches for B. So there are 3 wins and no draws. Similarly for C, 2 losses. So no points from this lost matches. Overall, I should get 5 points from 3 matches. How do I do it? The only way would be win, win, and draw. 2 points, 2 points, and 1 point. That is the only way in which we can get combination of 5. So 2 wins and 1 draw. I'm just trying to find out number of draw matches, number of wins for all the teams, so that we can figure out इसका 2 points कैसा बना होगा. How would it make 2 points? Because we have no information about F as such. Let's look at D. Same thing. D के लिए 5 points, but loss is 1. That means from the remaining 4 matches, wins or draws, I should get 5 points. How can we do that? The only way is 1 win and remaining 3 draws. So 3 draws and 1 win. That's the only way. And what about E? For E, we just figured out it will be 4 draw matches and 1 loss, no win at all. Now please note, number of wins so far, if you look at it, it's 3 and 3, 9, and 2, 11, and 1, 12, 12 wins. So this number of wins should match with number of losses. So number of losses is already 6 that we have here, 6, okay. So we have 6 and 9. So this is 6 already. Since it should match the number of wins and losses, if I assume this is 1 win, suppose, if this is 1 win, it will already get 2 points. That means there can be no draw matches. Then that would mean the rest 3 are losses. But number of wins and number of losses in a given tournament should be equal. Please understand why. Her match, which is a deciding match, if there is 1 winner, there will be 1 loser. Balance it out. If there are 5 winners, there will be 5 losers. So ये balance होना चाहिए. हो रहा है क्या? When you add it up, 6, 8, 9, 10, and this is only what? 9. It's not matching. This is 9, right? This is 9. It's not matching. So thus this assumption is wrong. So what's the other possibility? The other possibility will be इसके जो 2 points बन रहे हैं ना F के, that is on account of 2 draw matches. That means no wins, and that means the rest 3 will be losses. Now add them up. Number of wins is how much? 9. Number of losses is also 9. Absolutely matches. So this is what we should get. So that means F के जो 2 points बन रहे हैं, the 2 points, they are on account of draw matches only. So one of the questions that I have decided, they were overall 5. I have taken up only 1 for the sake of discussion. He's asking us total number of matches ending in a draw. So how many matches are draw? When you add them all, it is 2, 6, 9, 10, 12. But please understand, 12 will not be your answer. Why? If the match ends as a draw, there will be 2 participants for which these draws will show. So thus, if it is showing 12 times, the number of matches should be half of this. I hope you understand. For example, A versus B match ends in a draw. So how many times are you counting the draw match? You're counting once for A also, once for B also. You're counting it twice. Match एक ही हुआ, but you're counting it twice. So if you're counting it 12 times, number of matches should be 6. तो ये थोड़ा tricky हो जाएगा, right? If you don't understand this point, even after this hard work, you might mark a wrong answer. Be careful. So on that note, so the answer should be D, 6. So I'll end the session here, right? Thank you. And now please stay tuned for the next session, right? My colleague would be joining you for the verbal section in 5 minutes. There's something.
Hi students, good evening, welcome. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Yeah, are you all here? Are you all tired after the marathon session, the first two laps of the marathon? Are you all tired or ready for more? Yeah? I'm checking the messages, okay? My eyes are on the messages. So please keep responding. I hope you can all hear me. Am I audible? Can you confirm, please? Can someone confirm? Am I audible? Ah, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Sakshi. Thank you, Navya, Aryan, everybody. Okay, so ready to start? Yeah. This is the last part of our marathon session and it is the English section. Since you have been sitting through long sections since afternoon, we will start with a few warm-up questions, easy questions, right? Easy as in short questions, and reading comprehension I'll keep to the end. Yeah. I have taken questions from both IPM Indore and Rohtak. Okay, I've taken a mix of questions because, as you know, in English, there is not much of a difference between the testing points of IPMAT Indore and Rohtak. Okay, if you, whatever comments you have, feedback you have, if you want to correct me, ask me something, please keep asking. I have my chat window open in front of me. But yeah, what I was saying is the testing points are basically the same. Okay, reading comprehension is there, grammar is there, vocabulary is there. The only difference is in terms of a few question types here and there. Okay, so, and also question types shouldn't be a concern because neither of these exams has a very fixed pattern, right? Okay, IPM Indore has two RC sets with a total of 12 questions. That has been more or less fixed, but other than that, there is no fixed pattern ki we will ask you 5 questions in analogy or 4 questions with 3 blanks. There is no such fixed pattern, so you should not worry about the question types. It is about handling the testing points, like vocabulary questions, how to solve quickly, grammar questions, how to solve, how to decide which ones to choose, etc. So shall we start? As I told you, I've put RC first here, but we will keep RC for last. Yeah, we'll do some small questions quickly. What is this? This is a question from IPMAT Indore. Complete the following sentences by choosing the most appropriate word or phrase from the options given below. If anybody got the answer already, you are welcome to put it in the chat box. Okay, what is this? If you look at the option, so when you see this, guys, I would say just look at the options first. Okay, look at the options, and what you see is that these are all what? These are all what? Oh wow, see, answers are here already. Brilliant. Very good. Excellent. Many of you got the answers already. Super. These are all idiomatic expressions, idioms, right? So they have said word or phrase, but these are actually idioms. So in his address to the candidates contesting the student council elections, the principal said, if you want others to take you seriously, if you want to be taken seriously, then you must dash on issues like gender bias and inclusivity. Means what? You should deliver what you promise, or you should practice what you preach. I'm giving you other options also. So you should rule the roost? No. Rule the roost means to dominate or to be the leader. That doesn't make sense here. Walk the talk. Absolutely. You all got it right. You need to walk the talk means you need to practice what you preach. Okay. Not just do the talking, but you need to walk also. Fine. Read the lines. It is actually what? Read between the lines, right? Read between the lines means to um, know the unsaid meaning, to infer something from the situation, and to go around the bend. Anybody has heard this expression, to go around the bend? Can somebody tell me what it means to go around the bend? Let me see. Anyone has heard this? This keeps, I've seen this as the answer in another question, IPM question, which year I cannot remember. Let me see. Is anybody getting the answer? Go around the bend. Anyone? No? No answers yet? Go around the bend. It's a common, as I told you, it commonly comes in all these exams. To go around the bend means to go crazy. Okay? To go crazy. That is the meaning. Okay? So that is also not the answer. The answer is walk the talk. Okay. Next question. What kind of question is this? In my opinion, okay, they say the incorrect part of the sentence is underlined. Okay, there's no underline in underline here. We have to identify the okay, act foolish. Very good, Navya. I just saw your message. Excellent. Act foolish. Yes. To go around the bend is to act silly or to go crazy. Very good. There is no underline part here. I think the underline is missing, but we will identify the error and we will try to correct it. So what kind of question is this? Okay, I've already got the answer here from a student. This is a grammar question. In my opinion, the psychological thrillers of Alfred Hitchcock, who is a master of suspense and horror, have more lasting impact than any other filmmaker in history. Now, what are we talking about? Very good. Some of you already got the answer. So, the psychological thrillers of Alfred Hitchcock, from this we can make out that these thrillers have already come out. They have already been released. Even if you don't know who is Alfred Hitchcock, when did he live, all this external knowledge you don't need to apply in grammar questions. Okay. If you know, if you just look at the sentence, the psychological thrillers of Alfred Hitchcock means that these thrillers have already come out, right? And we are talking of lasting impact. Lasting impact means something that happened in the past. Okay, something that happened in the past has an enduring impact. It's going on. The impact is going on. So, lasting impact means that it is about something that happened in the past. So, now let us see. There is a problem here. Have more lasting impact means something is in the simple present tense, they, okay, lasting impact cannot be in the simple present because it is something that is going on from the past to the present. So it is not something that is happening here. Simple present is also to do with what? Simple present is to do with habitual action, it is to do with routine activity. None of these is applicable for lasting impact. Okay, somebody has given me, did someone say has more lasting impact? No. Okay, let us see. Now we need to correct this, have more lasting impact, right? Psychological thrillers have. So thrillers is plural. It should agree with the plural form and it should also convey the meaning of lasting impact. Are having more lasting impact. Present continuous impact is not something that can happen like running or singing or eating, right? Impact is something that has already been made and that impact continues. That is the implication. Okay, so let us see. It cannot be are having. Moreover, students, since we are talking about this, can you tell me, okay, this is not a question that is given here, but I'm just asking you, if I say he is having a big house. Is that correct? Can you tell me? Or if it is wrong, how can you correct it? He is having a big house. This is not related to the question, okay? I just thought, since we are mentioning this, I thought, very good, Swayam. Excellent. Excellent. He has a big house. Okay, verbs of possession like have, own, possess, etc. You do not use in the ing form in that sense. In that sense, okay, we can use it when you make the present continuous form, etc. in different contexts. Having had something like that, we will use in participle phrase, etc. But for in the sense of he owns or possesses, you will not say he is having. Many of you have given the answer. Well done, Purva. He has a big house. Okay, he has a big house. So that part is also wrong. We can't say they are having more lasting impact. Because of that reason also it is wrong. Now, has had a more lasting impact. Now, the subject here is psychological thrillers. So, we cannot have has. So, we don't need to worry about the rest of that option. Thrillers have. It is a plural subject. Now, have had a more lasting impact. Well done, those who got this right. Okay. Have had. The psychological thrillers of Alfred Hitchcock have, the thrillers have had more lasting impact. So, for those of you who are not sure of what is this have had, let me show you. The psychological thrillers, I'm not writing the whole thing. The thrillers have had a, I'm separating this to make it clearer for you. Have had a more lasting impact. Now, have had is the present perfect form of the verb have. Okay, present perfect form. How do we make the present perfect form? We make it using the correct form of have or has, the correct form, plus the verb, the V3 form of the verb. So, he has gone, they have eaten. V3 is the past participle form, right? V3, all of you know V3, V1, V2, V3? You all understand, no? Yes or no, guys? V1, V2, V3, you all know? Eat, ate, eaten. That is V1, V2, V3. So, present perfect form, I'm checking the phone for your responses, okay? The past participle, sorry, the present perfect form of any verb will have has or have, depending on whether it is depending on the subject, plus the V3 form of the verb. Okay, so the V3 form of the verb have is had. That is why we have the thrillers have had a lasting impact. Now, the present perfect form is used in two situations. Can anybody tell me when is the present perfect form used? Can anybody tell me the two situations in which present perfect form is used? I'm checking. Any answers? Present perfect. I have eaten an apple. I have seen the Taj Mahal, etc. No responses yet. Okay, then let me tell you. There are two situations. The present perfect form is used either, some people say it is for actions which have just got over. That is not always true. In some cases, it is true. In some cases, it may not be true. Okay. So, it is applicable in situations where an action is over, but its impact continues. Okay, its impact continues. Like, I have seen the Taj Mahal. I may have seen that many years ago, but the impact continues even now. Okay, another possibility is an action has started, but in some way it is yet to be complete. Okay, my exams have started. Yes, they started, but they have not yet got over. So, one part is complete, the starting is complete, but in a way, it is not yet complete. Okay, so yeah, so Yukta, you have said action that just happened. Not always. Okay, that's what. If I say I have seen the Taj Mahal, it can be many, many years ago, but the impact continues. That is also possible. Okay, now if I say I have seen the Taj Mahal in 2020. Will that be correct? If I say I have seen the Taj Mahal in 2020, will that be correct? Can you guys tell me? Since we are talking of tense, I thought we'll talk a little about that. Okay, this session is also to help you revise the basics, right? It's not just to answer questions. Okay, can someone tell me quickly? Nobody is telling me. If I say I have seen the Taj Mahal in 2020, will that be correct? How should I say it, guys? Now I will tell you the answer. Nobody is telling me. Shall I tell you? Maybe my messages are not coming. I'm not sure. Okay. I saw the Taj Mahal in 2020. Can you repeat the question? Purva, my question was, can you hear me properly? My question was, I have seen the Taj Mahal. I can say this. Okay, some people are saying I had seen. Purva, can you hear me now? I think the others can all hear me. So I hope you too can hear me, Purva. Not I had seen. Okay, so this part, let me, Navya, excellent. This part, let me explain a bit because you are going to have an exam soon and tense is very, very important. Let me explain it a bit. Okay, excellent, Navya. So, I have seen the Taj Mahal is correct. I may have seen it many years ago. That does not matter. It need not be immediate. Okay, I just told you, because seeing the Taj Mahal is an event that would leave a lasting impact on me. I can still say I have seen the Taj Mahal. Now my question was, can I say I have seen the Taj Mahal in 2020? I told you that even if I see the Taj Mahal many years ago, I can say I have seen the Taj Mahal. So can I say I have seen the Taj Mahal in 2020? The answer is no. When we mention a time period, you do not use the present perfect. Very common question, guys. That is why I thought I will tell you this. See, some of you got confused. You are saying I had seen, which is past perfect, right? No perfect when there is a time period, except there are exceptions. Okay, exceptions will always be there. But if it is a year, if it is a day, if it is a point in time, never use the perfect tense. Are you getting me? Is it clear to all of you? What we use is the simple past. Guys, can you confirm that you understood this rule? Very, very important. All exams have this tense related questions. Okay, that is why I'm asking you again and again. Did you understand? Please tell me. Did you understand? How you say this is, I saw the Taj Mahal in 2020. The moment you mention a period or point in time, you make it simple past. The logic is very simple, guys. I told you that for present perfect, either its effect should continue or the action shouldn't be complete, right? The moment you say in 2020, the action is complete there. Then there is no logic for yeah, there is no logic. I'm checking your question. I'll tell you, Purva. I'll answer your question now. Okay. Yeah. Then there is no logic for using the this using the perfect tense. Now, Purva asked a very intelligent question. What if it is in the past? If it is a general statement like in the past, I have done this in the past. Yes, it is open. It is open. I am not saying when in the past. It refers to something that may have an we don't know what the implication is. Depending on the context, it is okay to say I have done this in the past. Very good question, Purva. But when a specific year, day, etc. is mentioned, it is simple past. Like for example, she has gone out. Suppose I go to see one of you. Let us say I go to meet Purva. Okay. I go to Purva's house to meet her, but she is not there. So Purva's mother tells me, Purva has gone out. Present perfect tense. Why? Because that action, the impact of that action is that Purva is no longer there at home. And her mother is expecting her to come back. The action is not complete also. So, Purva has gone out. Purva went out at 9 a.m. Not Purva has gone out at 9 a.m. At 9 a.m. on 3rd May, she stepped out and that action is complete. It cannot happen again on the same day at that time. That action is finished, closed. Okay, so Purva went out at 9 a.m. Did you get it? Very clear, everybody? No perfect tense when the time, point or period is mentioned. Please let me know if this is clear. And here, yes. So, thrillers have had present perfect. Present perfect. Okay. Had more lasting impact means then it will not be lasting impact. No, the impact finished. Had a simple past. Had more lasting. Had more impact is okay. But we are talking of lasting impact. It is clear that the impact continues, it is lasting, no? So simple past talks of an action which is finished in the past, but we are talking of impact which still continues. Hence the answer is C. This is very clear. Can you explain the logic in this question? The train, yeah, okay, Isha. Guys, Isha is asking me a question about tens. This is not an IPM question, okay? I mean, it is not a question from any of these papers, but may I explain this? A very relevant question about tenses. Yeah, I hope you guys don't mind. Quickly, I'll explain. What is your sentence, Isha? The train. Okay, very nice. The train dashed the station before we arrived. When I reached the station, the train had left, right? When I left, have you all heard of this? Yeah. When I left the station, the train had left. So this is what we learn in school. So Isha's sentence is the train dashed the station before we arrived. So here the answer is the train had left the station before we arrived. The rule is train had left means what? Had left is past perfect. If you want, please write down the rule, okay? Please write down the rule, Isha and others, if you want. When two actions happen in the past and they are placed side by side, in this sentence, they are placed side by side, correct? The train dashed the station before we arrived. That is Isha's sentence. So the train dashed the station and we arrived are two actions in the past which are placed side by side. In that case, the first action, the earlier action, will be in past perfect and the second action will be in simple past. Got it? Isha, clear? Please confirm if this is clear. I hope it's clear. I was waiting for your response. Yeah, is this clear? The train had, before I reached the station, the train had left. The train had already left. Okay. I hope this is clear to everybody. Isha, I didn't see your response, but I have to move on. Clear. Okay, fine. Okay. When I reached the school, the bell had rung. Okay. When I reached the party, when I reached the venue, the party had got over. Okay. Something that happens before something else. Okay. So that is clear. Now, what is this? This is para completion. IPMAT Indore 2024 again. Okay. Para completion. But before para completion, let me see if I have some short questions from Rohtak. Okay. Let me go to Rohtak questions so that if there are students who need to go off in between, I want to do a mix and match. Fair enough, no? Because Rohtak is coming soon. I want to do a mix and match, okay? Okay, let's take a few Rohtak questions that we have here. And then we go back to some Indore questions. We do back and forth. Look at this question. This is called an analogy question. Analogy means parallel or similarity. Okay, similar. Um, some parallel situation or a similarity. Now, this is a very common question type. It has earlier come in Indore also. Most of the BBA exams have this analogy. Analogy asks you to find the logic in a pair and pick the answer which represents the same logic. Now, here you have to read the question carefully. Each question consists of two words which have a certain relationship to each other, followed by four pairs of related words. Select the pair which has the same relationship. Sometimes they will ask you which does not have the same relationship. Also, that is why I said read the question very carefully. Oh, wow. Very nice. Some of you have already got the answer. Excellent, guys. So, sedative is to sleep. What is the relationship? Okay, guys, in analogy questions, you should define the relationship very clearly. Okay, don't just say sedative and sleep are similar. Not like that. What does sedative do? Sedative induces, causes sleep, or it improves your sleep, right? Sedative improves your sleep or it causes sleep. We have to find the same relationship. Challenging and knowledge, what is the relationship? There is no relationship actually. Mnemonic and memory. What is mnemonic? Mnemonic is any shortcut used to improve your memory. Shortcuts that you use while studying, etc., to remember a long list, for example, or you make up a little poem, or you make up a sentence to with the first letters of certain words, right? All that memory tricks, these are called mnemonics. So a mnemonic improves memory. This should be our answer. Vocal, vocal is related to voice, or someone who is vocal is someone who is very loud or speaks loudly about things, expresses their opinion firmly about various matters. Okay, somebody who is vocal. Now, eloquence. What is eloquence? Eloquence is the ability to talk fluently, to talk impressively. Someone who has the gift of the gab or who is a gifted speaker is eloquent. Okay, so vocal and eloquence are not really related in that sense. Now we have dramatic and story. Stories can be dramatic, but there is no direct relationship. Hence, our answer is mnemonic and memory. Excellent, guys. Those who answered this, not a very easy one, but yes, you need to function at this level. Okay, this is the usual level. Okay. Shall we look at this question? This is a typical Rohtak question. Okay. It requires a little more than knowledge of grammar. It requires you to think logically. Okay. Let us look at this question. If anybody gets the answer, you can put it there already. In the question given below, few sentences are given which are grammatically correct and meaningful. Connect them by the word given before the statements in the best, so this is the word given before the statements in the best possible way without changing the intended meaning. Choose your answer accordingly. So, what it means is they have given a word but, conjunction, but. You need to connect two of these sentences, 1, 2, 3, 4, using but. Now, but is used for what? But, yet, nevertheless, etc. are used as contrast words or transition words to show a change in the tone, right? But whatever comes after but will be opposite in tone to whatever comes before that, right? He was very nervous before the exam, but he got full marks. So nervousness and getting full marks are contrasting ideas, right? So now you have to connect two sentences using but means. The simple trick is identify two sentences that express a contrast. Here they have given the possible combinations also. From this you can pick. So shall we cheat, since I have to show you shortcuts for the exam, right? Instead of reading each sentence and then trying all permutations and combinations, either you can quickly read the sentences and see which pair makes a contrast, or an easier way is to just look at the answers. Okay, just look at the answers and see which pair makes a contrast. Fine. Okay. Doordarshan, okay, 1 and 3. Let us try the first pair, 1 and 3. Okay, Purva, you've given one answer. Let us see. 1 and 3 would be Doordarshan is also a great window to the global marketplace. Also, okay, it starts with also, it is fine. Okay, global marketplace. Goods and services are continuously being sold through Doordarshan's dream world. It is a window to the global marketplace, and various goods and services are continuously being sold through Doordarshan's dream world. Now, 3 says, with over 1 billion people talking in several languages and a variety of lifestyles to boot, it is obvious one cannot address all of them together all the time. Actually, can these make a pair using but? What do you think? Doordarshan is also a great window to the global marketplace. Goods and services are continuously being sold through Doordarshan's dream world, but with over 1 billion people talking in several languages and a variety of lifestyles to boot, it is obvious one cannot address all of them together all the time. Well, the only problem is here it is talking about the global marketplace, and here it is talking about 1 billion people. Let us keep this. This is a possibility though, no? What do you think, guys? Don't you think this is a possibility? 1 and 3? No? If you think no, let me know, okay? We have to shortlist possible options and then rule out. 1 and 3 you don't think is possible? Okay, you two of you have said C. Let us see. Now, B says 2 and 4. All news is elite centered, but Doordarshan telecast is usually more ethnocentric. Ethnocentric means focusing on certain ethnicities, certain cultures. Its accent means its focus is on people, places, and events. Okay. Then 4. But Doordarshan's promotions must go beyond mere reportage of facts and capture the story between the lines. Does that make sense? 2 and 4 does not really make sense, no, because already there's a but here. Doordarshan telecast is focused on people, places, and events, and here it is talking of promotions. So that does not really make sense, right? Option 2, Hafsa. Here it is talking of promotions, and here it is talking of the focus on people, places, and events. No? So that doesn't really make sense. Okay. Now 3 and 4. 3 and 4 is what some of you have chosen. With over 1 billion people talking in several languages and a variety of lifestyles to boot, it is obvious one cannot address all of them together all the time. But Doordarshan's promotions must go beyond mere reportage of facts and capture the story between the lines. Does that make sense? 3 and 4 actually does make sense, right? And then, guys, you have all said C. I'm asking the others. 3 and 4, is it making sense to everybody? Then we have 1 and 2. Doordarshan is also a great window to the global marketplace. Goods and services are continuously being sold through Doordarshan's dream world. All news is elite centered, but Doordarshan telecast is usually more ethnocentric. Again, here they are talking of the global marketplace, and here they are talking of news, so there is no connection. Now, guys, those who got C, I'm still asking you, what about 1 and 3? Why do you feel it is a no? Yeah, let us look at this combination again. Doordarshan is also a great window to the global marketplace. Yeah, goods and services are continuously being sold through the dream world, but with over 1 billion people talking in several languages and a variety of lifestyles to boot, it is obvious one cannot address, okay, all of them together all the time. Yes, absolutely. So it is talking of the global marketplace. Here we are talking of 1 billion people, which is probably just people in India watching Doordarshan and talking in several languages and a variety of lifestyles. That doesn't really contrast with the global marketplace. Okay, global marketplace. Hence, we can go for 3 and 4, which is option C. Yeah, Hafsa, no people error. I didn't understand that, Hafsa, but I hope, okay, I didn't really understand your comment, but I hope you understood. 3 and 4, C is what you have all picked. We can pick that as the answer. Okay. See, for these conjunction questions and all, do not spend too much time, okay, guys? Because I have seen some, even this one can be a little confusing, the one we did now. So, if you feel the question is very confusing, I would say just leave it. Do not risk the negative marks. It is okay. Fine. Okay. Let us look at this question now. This is very, very easy. Sentence completion. Complete the following sentence. Come on, I'm sure you all got the answer already. Naveen is so lazy that he cannot depend on others for getting his work done. If he is lazy, he will depend on others only for getting his work done. Cannot delay the schedule of completing the work. So lazy that he cannot. So something that contrasts. If it is cannot, it has to be something that contrasts with lazy, right? Can seldom complete his work on time. Can seldom means can rarely. We can take it as cannot. So I told you, if it is lazy here and if it is cannot, then this will be something that contrasts with lazy. Correct? I am so short that I cannot touch the roof. Correct. So when it is so dash dash cannot, it is something that contrasts. If it is can, then what? I am so tall that I can touch the roof. Right? There it will be similar. Okay, these shortcuts you can use to understand the logic. So Naveen is so lazy that he can seldom means we can interpret this as cannot. Seldom is rarely, hardly. We can interpret it as he cannot complete his work on time. Completing his work on time contrasts with lazy. So this is the answer. So lazy that he disliked to postpone the work. First of all, he will like to postpone the work if he is lazy. Secondly, it should be dislikes and not dislike. The correct answer is C. Okay. Good job, guys. You're getting all the answers. Okay. Now, Rohtak has these short comprehension passages. I have taken one from 2020. Okay. Please read this passage and see if you can get the answer. Yeah. Very short passage. One spring, while visiting in the little village among the high mountains where her ancestors had dwelt for dash, my aunt kindled the callow fancy of my uncle. Callow means young, immature. Immature, okay. It's not very clear there, but immature. Fine. So, yeah, my aunt kindled, sparked the immature, the young, callow fancy of my uncle Howard Carpenter, then an idle, shiftless is restless, boy of 21. So from the passage, we can understand that finally they got married because this is uncle and this is aunt now. But the question is, where her ancestors had dwelt, had lived for, okay, you got the answer. Some of you, lived for generations. For days, that doesn't make sense, right? Ancestors will only live there for days. Ancestors must be gone now, many of them. That doesn't make sense. For seasons, not really. Ancestors, we are talking of many generations, right? For infinity, infinity would be to the future. That also doesn't make sense. Right answer is generations. Very easy question, right? Okay. Okay. We have two questions based on a short passage. It is a very short reading comprehension pattern. This is unique to Rohtak IPMAT. Shall we take a look at this? Yeah. We will go to the long comprehension questions towards the end. Okay, that is Indore. Indore has those long comprehension questions. Fine. Mahatma Gandhi believed that industrialization was no answer to the problems that plague the mass of India's poor. Plague means trouble. Yeah. So industrialization was no answer to the problems of majority of India's poor, and that villagers should be taught to be self-sufficient in food, weave their own cloth from cotton, and eschew the glittering prices that the 20th century. Eschew means what, guys? Mahatma Gandhi also said that we should eschew violence. What does that mean? Eschew means to stay away from. Another word would be shun. Okay? Eschew violence or shun violence, stay away from, reject. Industrialization will not work for majority of India's poor. Indian villagers should be taught to be self-sufficient in food. They should weave their own cloth. We know the story. And stay away from the glittering prices that the 20th century so temptingly offers. Okay. So they should stay away from the material pleasures that the modern life tempts them with. Hmm? Such an idyllic and rural paradise. Idyllic is ideal. Okay. Did not appear to those who inherited the reins of political power. Okay. So according to the passage, whether we agree with it or not, it doesn't matter. We just need to read to see what the author is trying to tell us. Okay. So the author says that people who came into power later did not really inherit Mahatma Gandhi's vision of promoting the rural areas. Okay, fine. Let us see. The meaning of glittering prices that the 20th century so temptingly offers is, what is the meaning of glittering prices that the 20th century so temptingly offers? Pursuit of a commercialized material culture, replacement of rural by urban interests, complete removal of poverty or absence of violence and corruption. Which are the ones that we can eliminate straight away? Okay, I've got one answer already. Very good. Which are the options we can eliminate straight away? Glittering prices will not mean absence of violence and corruption. The question is about this expression. It will not mean complete removal of poverty, right? Complete removal of poverty will not be glittering prices, and he says they should not be tempted by this. Now we have pursuit of a commercialized material culture and replacement of rural by urban interests. These two are the close options. So what should it be here? Yes, he is saying this about villagers, of course, but he is saying that they should stay away from the glittering prices. So here in this context, there is no mention of rural versus urban, right? It's just talking about material pleasures. Obviously, these are poor people. If they get tempted by the very material lifestyle, yeah, of the 20th century, at that time, 20th century was modern. Okay, so they should not fall for the material traps. That is what they're talking about. Hence, we can rule this out also, and the answer is A. Okay, clear? Clear, everybody? Next question. The basis of an idyllic and rural paradise is, what is the basis of an idyllic and rural paradise according to Mahatma Gandhi? Here, villagers should be taught to be self-sufficient in food, weave their own cloth from cotton, and eschew the glittering prices. So, the answer would be not rapid industrialization. Gandhi said it will not work. Self-sufficiency in food, clothes, and simplicity of lifestyle. Yes. Bringing to the villages the glittering prices known. The villagers should stay away from them. Supporting those holding powerful political positions. Totally irrelevant option, not related to the question. The right answer is B. Okay. Fine. Easy, you're getting all the answers. Okay, now we have a very simple question. The question is, choose the word which is exact opposite of the given words. They may also ask, choose the antonym of the given word. The given word is abhor. For knowing the opposite of abhor, you need to know the meaning of abhor. So, wow, got the answer already? Very good. Wow, very nice. Great job, guys. Abhor means to hate completely, to detest. Okay? To detest, to loathe, to completely hate. So, what would be the opposite? Now, all of you will get the answer. The answer, detest, hate. Very good, Yukta. So, the the complete opposite of that would be greatly admire. All the other words, you know the meaning. None of them are the opposites of abhor. Okay, abhorrent. Now that we are talking of it, abhorrent is something that is worthy of hatred. Can you tell me some synonyms of abhorrent? Some big words. These have all come in some exam or the other in the past. Anybody, since Yukta said detest and hate, can somebody give some big words which are synonyms of abhorrent? Words that mean the same as abhorrent? Yeah. Anybody can guess what this word is? That is the first word. The second word is, I am taking words which have come previously in IPM, some IPM exam or the other. I can't remember which year, but sometime in the past. Let me give you one more. Okay. These two words I have given you. Loathsome. Very good, Navya. Loathsome, correct, Purva? Very good. Ah, Purva, abominable. Excellent. Chocolate for you. Please get a chocolate on my behalf. Abominable is the first word I had in mind. Loathsome is also correct. Huh? Excellent, guys. Loath I have written here. So loathsome, absolutely. I missed that. The second word, oh, repugnant also somebody has given. Excellent here, Navya. Very good. And despicable. Okay, Purva, Parthiv. Very good. Please buy chocolates, all of you, on my behalf. Despicable. Sorry, this will come here. Despicable. Despicable. Okay. Very good. These are words from repugnant, also is an excellent word. Okay. Repugnant. Repugnant is repulsive, something that induces hatred, loathsome, you all gave. Very good. Okay. Nice. Let us move on. What is this? This is very easy. Best expresses the meaning of the given word. Meaning or synonym. Very easy, right? Synonym of the given word. Excellent. Erroneous means something that has errors in it, or the logic is flawed, logic has error in it. So the correct word is incorrect. Correct word is incorrect. Correct synonym of erroneous is incorrect, right? Okay. Not digressive. To digress is to move away from, okay, to change the track of something or to deviate from. Confused, impenetrable, impossible to penetrate, and there is incorrect, which is the right answer. Okay, good job, guys. Okay, now we have Rohtak has para formation questions where they give sentence 1 and sentence 6 are fixed, and in Rohtak they also give you the options. Okay, it is not a type in the answer where you have to type the order. Okay, para formation, they give they give 6 sentences where 1 and 6 are fixed, and there are 4 sentences here which you need to unscramble and put in the right order. That is your task here. This is how they do it in Rohtak. Okay, para formation, all of you know, right? You have to look for certain patterns, like the para usually starts with a general sentence, right? Then they get more and more specific. So whatever is the most general sentence would be usually the opening sentence. All these patterns you can try out. Will you unscramble these sentences? Can you try? Yeah, and then we discuss. Please try unscrambling these sentences. Okay. Wow, that was super quick, Purva. Let us wait for the others also to try it out. All of you, please put your answers here. Okay, B, Hafsa. What will be the starting sentence? All of you try it out and give me your answers. What will be the starting sentence? You can, once you identify the starting sentence, you can eliminate some of the options at least, right? Only 2 of you have given me the answer here. Others, can you? Yeah, okay. Q is the starting sentence. Does everyone agree that Q is the starting sentence? Any other possibility? See, now, since we are doing it on the eve of the exam, okay, when we do this in class, I would uh, actually teach you sentence by sentence. We would take and unscramble, we would find mandatory pairs, all these things we would do. Now we are doing it on the eve of the exam. I have to show you how to crack this in the exam. Okay, so what we do is, let us take each option quickly and see if it will work. Now, Purva is saying Q, and Hafsa's answer is also option B, uh, which starts with Q. So all of you have got the same starting sentence. If all of you are sure that Q is the starting sentence, you can already eliminate option A and option D. Okay, that is, where do we go and what shall we be our endeavor? But then what is the first sentence here? The first sentence here is, the future beckons to us. The future is calling us, is calling us. And after that, where do we go in the future and what shall be our endeavor? What should we try to do? That makes a good sentence after S1. Let us quickly see what is P. In fact, we have hard work ahead. Future beckons to us. In fact, we have hard work ahead. Possible. S is, it will be to bring freedom and opportunity. What will be to bring freedom and opportunity? There's no it here. Future. No, that doesn't make sense. So this we can rule out. Now if we try PSRQ, in fact, we have hard work ahead. It will be to bring freedom and opportunity to the common man. We shall also have to fight and end poverty. All that is okay. But then where do we go and what shall be our endeavor? And then it says, there is no resting for any of us till we redeem our pledge. That doesn't make sense, to ask a question and say there is no resting. So actually, if you look at this last sentence, we can see that there is no resting, and in fact we have hard work ahead, form a mandatory pair, right? They form a pair. So are you all with me? I have not seen any more answers here. I hope you are all with me. These form a mandatory pair because since we have hard work ahead, miles to go before we sleep kind of thing, there is no more resting for any of us till we redeem our pledge. If you get that, then see what starts with Q and what ends with P. We get the answer already. QSRP. Okay, since one of you, Hafsa, you put option B. Let us try that out. The problem here is that this mandatory pair of P and S6 is broken in B. Do you understand what I mean by mandatory pair? Yeah, especially Hafsa. I hope you have understood what I mean by mandatory pair. Try to identify mandatory pairs. That's a good way of getting accuracy in para formation. If we do QPSR, then it becomes, the future beckons to us. Where do we go and what shall be our endeavor? In fact, we have hard work ahead. It will be to bring freedom and opportunity to the common man. We shall also have to fight and end poverty. It's okay. But the more logical pair is to say, we have hard work ahead and there is no resting for any one of us. That is the main reason we prefer QSRP to QPSR. If anybody has any other logic, you can tell me, but this is the main reason. Is it clear, everybody? Any doubts here? All of you have been quiet for a while, guys. Tell me, did you understand this? Para formation is one of the more challenging question types, so I want to make sure you all understood. If you have any doubts, please ask me. Yeah? Understood, no? Okay. I hope, Hafsa, have you also understood? Because you put a different answer, just want to make sure you understood. And anybody else, if you have any doubts, please ask me. Okay. Oh, okay. So those questions are, the short questions are over. Now let me see what we can take up. Okay. Rohtak, we have answered almost all the questions that are selected from Rohtak. Rohtak, okay, thanks Hafsa for confirming. Rohtak, in the last few exams, they have been giving short reading comprehension passages, the types which we discussed now, okay? Short and easy RC passages is what they have been giving, but we never know, you have to be prepared for anything, okay? Now, let us go to questions which we did not cover, okay? What? Okay, I have... Okay, let us look at this word usage question. Very, very common type of question. IPM Indore has this question type almost every year. Okay, so, and they do not give very easy words here. Okay, guys. So you have to understand, when you look at the 4 sentences, you know whether you understand the word or not. Is it a word you are familiar with or not? That you will be able to spot immediately. If it is a word that you do not know at all, I suggest you leave it. Don't take blind guesses for word usage. Some years the words they give are very, very straightforward. Sometimes the words are a little complicated. Okay, let us look at this question. What is the word? Okay, the instructions for word usage are: one of the statements below contains a word used incorrectly or inappropriately. Choose the option which has the incorrect or inappropriate use of the word. Okay, so the same word. Now I'll tell you. Just a second, guys. Now I will tell you. Where is our question? It's gone off somewhere. 1 second, okay? Yeah, here. So there are a couple of, couple of patterns in this question. Okay, one pattern is this, where the same word occurs in all the 4 sentences. Another pattern I have seen in IPM Indore is, this is an Indore type question, okay? But anybody can give any question at any time. Yeah, another pattern is where they give 2 homophones. You know, right, what homophones or homonyms are? Words that sound the same. They give 2 sentences with one word, 2 sentences with another word. Let us say, I'm just taking a very simple example. Let us say C and C. Okay, they give 2 sentences with C and 2 sentences with C. In one of them, that word has been incorrectly used. Like, instead of using C, they have used C in one sentence, like that. That is also a common pattern. Okay, now let us look at this here. The word that is there in every sentence is what? Climatic. 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 Now, this is a word which all of you know, correct? All of you know the word climatic. So I think we can all attempt this question. If anybody got the answer, you can already tell me. But let me read each of the sentences. I'm checking if anyone is giving me the answer. Under certain climatic conditions, hailstorms are formed in the atmosphere, resulting in unexpected accidents. Cool. Climatic means what? Related to the climate. This sentence is correct. Our products have to function in extreme weather conditions, which is why we put them through climatic testing. Even if you don't know what is climatic testing, here they have said, wow, Purva, get a chocolate on my behalf. Okay, here, yeah, even if you don't know what is climatic testing, here extreme weather conditions, so you know this relates to the climate, right? Climatic testing to see if, yes, Parthiv also, please give yourself a chocolate on my behalf. Live on music, student, also, please do. here the passengers in the bus were sweating profusely because of the hot climatic conditions. Obviously, we know if the climatic conditions are hot, then people will what? Sweat profusely. That is related to the climate. The climatic moment of the match was when the captain got caught behind the wicket. What does that have to do with the climatic condition? Captain getting caught behind the wicket has nothing to do with the climate. So, what is the word here? Can somebody tell me? That person can buy themselves 2 chocolates on my behalf. What is the correct word here instead of climatic? Does anybody know this word? I'm sure you do, since you got the answer. It is not climatic. So D is the answer. Correct? When I put a cross here, that means D is the answer. What moment are we talking about? Purva, 80% correct. Your answer is 80% correct. Yeah. Okay. Anticlimax. You are saying it's an anticlimax. So, okay. Maybe anticlimactic, or you can just keep climactic. At the climax of the match, maybe the captain got caught behind the wicket. If you want to call it anticlimactic, we don't know. I don't know. None of us know what the situation is. Yes. So, it can be either anticlimactic or simply climactic. Climactic, related to a climax. Anticlimactic is, yes, when there is an irony, right? When something happened contrary to expectation. So that was very smart, Purva. Maybe. So maybe both are correct. Climactic means this is C, okay? Related to climax. Okay? So you see, word usage questions are not very, very simple words. But based on the usage, it is easy to pick the odd man out. You don't actually need to know the intended word, right? Okay. What is this? It's a fill in the blanks question. Okay, guys. Can anybody tell me the answer? Please read the question and see if you can tell me the answer. Of course, I cannot tell you the meanings of the words, because then that is what fill in the blanks is all about, right? So you will have to figure it out. Okay. Please read the question and figure it out. I'm giving you time to work it out. Yeah. In the alleyways of Old Cairo, in its cafes, warehouses, and barber shops, alleyways are little lanes. Okay. Wow. The answer is here already. Nice. Framed portraits of Egyptian icons, Egyptian characters, icons are dash. Are dashed. Next, let us see. Kings, presidents, religious, and political figures are all dash on fading walls, held up as symbols of a glorious past. So, what are we talking? Okay, I saw the answers to the previous questions. Also, very good, guys. Many more have contributed your answers. Now, let us see this. Kings, presidents, religious, and political figures are all dash on fading walls. So, basically, now what we can see is that framed portraits of Egyptian icons are everywhere, are found everywhere in the alleyways of Old Cairo. Correct? So, we need a word which means are found everywhere. I will tell you one word which is not here: omnipresent. Omnipresent means found everywhere, but there is a better word here. One of you has got the answer, but others, can you look at these words? These are the words for the first blank. And can you guess which word means omnipresent or found everywhere? That would be your answer. Now, let us look at the second part. First word I'm not telling you now, but let us look at the second part. Kings, presidents, religious and political figures are all dashed on fading walls, are all represented, right, on fading walls, held up as symbols of a glorious past. So it is something more than just represented. They are glorified or something like that. Now let us look at the pair ubiquitous. I will leave it for now. Okay, because nobody else has given me the answer. I will leave this for now. Fashionable. Let us try. In the alleyways of old Cairo, in its cafes, warehouses, and barber shops, framed portraits of Egyptian icons are fashionable. Okay, not too bad, huh? Are in fashion, in trend, fashionable. Fine. Let us give it a chance. Okay, let us give this word a chance. Let us try the second blank. Kings, presidents, religious and political figures are all confounded on fading walls. Oh no. Confounded has nothing to do with found, okay? Confounded means confused. Confounded is also used as a bad word for emphasis. That confounded, like damned, okay? So we cannot have this option here. Somebody, I think, got option B, but confounded will not fit in here at all. Are rare? No, they are found everywhere. And see, if this is rare, this can't be abundant, right? These two words have to be similar. Okay, you can't say that framed portraits of Egyptian icons are rare and then kings, presidents, religious and political figures are abundant. That doesn't make sense. So this we can rule out straight away. Substantial. Framed portraits are substantial. Substantial is usually for something that you cannot count, right? Something that you can count, you don't say substantial. Fine. Dispersed. Okay, kings, presidents, religious and political figures are all dispersed on fading walls. You don't use words like dispersed when you talk of people, particularly respectable people, right? Pollen is dispersed, or okay, the assembly is dispersed, children are dispersed, but not kings and icons being dispersed. That does not make sense at all. Now coming to ubiquitous. Ubiquitous means omnipresent. Ubiquitous means something that is very, very common or found everywhere. Okay. These days, AI is ubiquitous. Smartphones are ubiquitous. Anything else you want to add? Please feel free. So, ubiquitous means seen everywhere. And so, framed portraits of Egyptian icons are ubiquitous in the cafes, etc. of Cairo. Fine. Kings, presidents, religious and political figures are all immortalized. Immortalized means they are preserved forever, eternalized. Correct? So, because they are held up as symbols of a glorious past, they are immortalized. Okay? Okay, fine. So is that clear? The answer is ubiquitous and immortalized. Try to understand the meaning of the sentence and try to guess the words. If it is a very, very wild guess, then you should not pick it. But I would say, uh, try not to leave these questions. Okay, you would have done a lot of vocabulary in our classes, right? So try not to leave these questions. If you think a little, at least through elimination, you will be able to find the answer. These are easy to eliminate. Only the first pair is a pair of tough words, right? The others are easy to eliminate if you just apply some thought. Okay, fine. Now, what is this? Okay, this is para completion. Before that, let us take these two. Okay, I have put a lot of questions here, guys. Yeah, that is why I may not be able to do all of them. I just put lots of questions just in case, but I'm doing most of them. There's only one reading comprehension passage. I put 2 on my PPT just in case, but we will do one. I think all the other questions we should get time to do. Okay, easy questions let us do first. The new car has disappointed its buyers in many ways, and good mileage is its only. So, in many ways, it has disappointed its buyers. The only good thing about it is good mileage. These refer to a particular idiom. What is the idiom here? It's only, very good, saving grace. It's only saving grace, means the only good thing, the only thing that can be said positively, the only positive thing about this car is its good mileage, not saving face. Okay, we don't say it is its only saving face. It is very close. I can say, I finally saved my face. I could save my face because of this, means I could escape humiliation. But you don't use it in this format, that something is its saving face. Okay, I managed to save my face, I can say, to escape humiliation or shame. But saving grace is something when everything else is bad. We say about a movie, we can say the movie was terrible, direction was bad, plot was bad, the hero's performance was its only saving grace. Okay, fine. Okay, I'm glad to see you guys are responding, so you're all able to understand. I'm happy. Okay, what is this now? There is no instruction here, that is okay. They have, so it must be that this part must be underlined. Okay, because they have given us different variations of this part. What is this part? This is a question tag. All of you know question tags. Very important topic, question tag. So, question tag, the format is, let us just take a very simple example. It is hot today. What will be the question tag for this one? Can you tell me? It is hot today. You have to take the verb and negate it. Very good, Purva. Excellent. It is hot today. So you take the verb and you negate it. Right? It is hot today, isn't it? Along with discussing the question, I'm also trying to teach wherever applicable. Now, here the very good. Many of you have given the answer. PAG99, I don't know your name. You gave the answer. Live on Music also gave the answer. Now, in sentences where the verb is not very evident, what do we do? Let us take one verb. It rained today. It rained today. We can't say rained didn't it. Rained didn't it, we can't say. So what will be the question tag here? Can someone tell me? Many people use isn't it for everything. Okay, some of our teachers also, you may have heard in school, they use isn't it as the question tag for everything. But for verbs where you don't have words like auxiliaries, basically auxiliary verbs like is or did etc., you have to identify the auxiliary. Okay, very good, many of you got it. Excellent, guys, excellent. And yeah, so let us see. It rained today means it did rain. This is the meaning of it rained. So it rained today, didn't ate. Okay. She did not come. She did not come. Now here there is a negative verb. She did not come. How do we say this? I'm just making sure you're thorough with this. She did not come. What is the question tag? Very good, very good. Excellent, guys. Lovely. Did she? She did not come. Just negate this. If it is did, you make it did not. If it is did not, you make it did. Whatever the verb is, you negate it, the opposite. Did she? Now let us go to our sentence here. Listening to the recording of cricket commentary from the past can be great fun, especially the last few overs when the best players are gone. We have to run through this, okay? Because the underlined part must be the question tag only, okay? Try their best to run between the wickets without getting out. This is when you realize that nothing much has changed, hasn't it? So, the many of you got the answer. Excellent. The error is obvious here, right? Nothing much has changed means much hasn't changed. That is what it means. Nothing here is negative. So you need a positive question tag. If the verb is positive, negative question tag. If the verb is negative, positive question tag. So nothing much has changed means things have not changed. The verb is negative. So you need a positive question tag. Nothing much has changed, hasn't it? That doesn't make sense because nothing much has is negative and this is also negative. Okay, wrong. Nothing much has changed, would it? Mismatch, has and would. Wrong. Nothing much is changed, isn't it? No. You need the perfect tense. Nothing much is changed is incorrect, right? Has changed, perfect tense. Nothing much. So this also does not make sense. Nothing much has changed, has it? Very good. Good job, guys. Not an easy one, but you got it. Good job. Okay. Now, another word usage question. Let us do this. Shall we? We did one word usage question, but I want you to see the difficulty level, okay? It is not a very easy question type in IPMAT Indore especially, where they ask this question. It is not very easy, okay? So, if you do not know the word, it is better that you leave it. What is this, guys? Callus. You know what callus is? Callus. This is the word that is repeated in all these sentences. Do you know the meaning of this word? Callus is a thick development of the skin. I don't know the right biological term, but it is a thick formation of the skin on any part of our body, which typically on the hands, on the feet, etc. For example, when people do a lot of hard work with their hands, manual labor, right? Washing dishes all the time, or maybe like farming, digging, all these things, they develop hard patches of skin. Or sometimes when you play too much, too many games, when you are into sports a lot or when you exercise a lot, then you can develop those calluses on your feet also. Okay, so it is thick formation of skin. Oh, wow. Very nice, guys. You already got the answer, some of you. Excellent, huh? This is not an easy one. So, can you also tell me what the correct word is, those who got the answer? Yeah, while I explain this, can you also tell me the right answer? When it is not too thick, the callus protects the foot from damage. Yes, callus can sometimes protect the foot from damage because it is thick skin, but it shouldn't be too thick. Very good, all of you. Purva, Sneha, Parthiv, uh, PAG99, Yukta, all of you, excellent. You got the answer. A buildup of the callus is one of the most common causes of discomfort. This is also correct. He received 50 lashes on his feet delivered with callous indifference. His feet may have got callous because of the 50 lashes, but the attitude is what they are describing. So the use of callous is incorrect here. We will come to the correct word. The doctor examined the callus but neglected to treat it. Okay, the doctor examined the callus but he did not treat it. He ignored it. So that is also correct. The word we are looking for is incorrect or inappropriate. So this is our correct answer. C. He received 50 lashes on his feet delivered with callous. Callous indifference. Callous means cruelly indifferent, not bothered. Okay, it is a cruel kind of indifference, callous. Any synonyms for this word? Insensitive, excellent, Yukta. Any other words for callous? Commonly asked in IPM actually. I'll give you two words. Callous synonym. Any idea? Toughened. Toughened is for the other callus. Okay, this callus. That, Sneha, I'm asking for this callus. Callus. Callous. Cruel indifference, not bothered. This word, can anybody tell me? Very commonly asked. Oh, wow, wow. You guys are brilliant. So many people have answered. Excellent, guys. Excellent. One more word. Okay. This also, it is not as bad as callous, but sort of in the same direction. The word here is nonchalant or nonchalant. Both pronunciations are okay. Nonchalant or nonchalant. It can be sometimes used in an okay, like with a nonchalant expression, in a mild sense also. But sometimes it can imply callous. Okay, callous is extreme actually. Excellent, Purva. Apathetic. Chocolate for all of you who answered these words. Apathetic. Apathetic is with an attitude of indifference or lack of concern. Apathy. Apathy is the noun form, and nonchalance is the noun form here. I'm telling you this because these are commonly asked words in IPM. Okay. So, we have finished a lot of questions. Now, I plan to do a reading comprehension set and wind up. Is that okay? The other questions are all done. Okay. Question types. I may have a few fill in the blanks here. Some questions like para formation, para completion we didn't do. No? Did we do para completion, guys? Okay. Let's do one quick para completion. I think we missed that. One para completion we will do. And then we will move on to RC, reading comprehension. Okay, quickly we will do one. Yeah, thanks guys for confirming. So please look at this. Para completion is choose the sentence that seems most logically appropriate to complete the paragraph. It is there in every edition of IPM Indore. Para formation or para jumble is also there, but we did one for Rohtak, so I'm not doing that again for Indore. Okay, let us look at para completion. So for para completion, the blank can be anywhere in the para. Okay, it need not be in the end itself. It can be anywhere in the para, but if the blank is in the end, you have to see that that sentence not only flows from the previous sentence, but also gives the para a sense of completion. That is also required. But the blank can be anywhere. In Indore, they give multiple questions with blanks all over the place. Okay. So, most artificial intelligence applications in the fields of healthcare, industry, finance, etc. rely, you have to read it quickly, okay? You won't get time to read word by word, you have to skim through it. Rely heavily on deep learning and natural language processing. We know that already. Okay. However, while AI systems can mimic, imitate existing styles and patterns, there is an ongoing debate about whether AI can truly possess creativity in the same sense as humans. The debate is about creativity, AI and creativity. Quickly. Man has long feared the rise of the machine, his own creation becoming smarter and more intelligent than him. See, this talks about the way AI works. This says AI systems can imitate existing styles, but the question is whether they are creative enough. So, man fearing the rise of the machine and all does not fit into this context, right? So we can rule this out. AI generated works may lack the depth, emotional connection, and unique perspectives. Very good. These match with creativity that come with human experiences and emotions. It matches with the debate over creativity, and also it sort of gives closure. It winds up the para by explaining the reason why this debate has come into being. So this sentence is possible. AI usage raises a number of ethical concerns such as privacy issues, bias in algorithms. We are talking of creativity. How can we say ethical concerns? Right? Otherwise, there should be a connective here. Also, moreover, furthermore, then it is okay. One problem is about whether they are creative, and it also raises ethical concerns. But without any connective, we can't talk about creativity and ethical concerns together, right? High performance computing has already proven a machine ability to perform advanced calculations. For how does that relate to creativity? Calculations and creativity are not related. So we go for B. Okay, so for para completion, please look at the flow from the previous sentence and also see whether if it is the last blank, if the blank is in the last sentence, see whether it can tie up the passage, give some closure or a sense of completion. Fine. Ready for RC? Guys, RC, reading comprehension, given the limited amount of time in IPM, please do not obsess about the details in the passage. However, don't go to the other extreme either. What is the other extreme? Trying to pick the answer without reading the passage. Please do not do that. Some students, despite the number of times we tell them not to do that, they feel it's a very smart move to just look at the question and try to pick the answer, because this is what you have done in school, right? In school, that is what we used to do. We would look at the question without even reading the passage, and then you would try to pick the answer. So what I always tell my students is, in a school level exam, if the passage says a girl was wearing a red dress, the question is what is the color of the girl's outfit, and the options are red, blue, yellow, orange. But here in your IPM exam, the questions may not be or are rarely so direct. Okay, if it says the girl is wearing a red dress, the options may be dark red, light red, bright red, faded red. So if you try to be very smart and look at the question and try to pick the answer, it will not work. You need to know the context of the passage, the tone of the passage, the central idea of the passage. However, you cannot waste too much time on reading either. Fine. Does it make sense? So, while reading, I will also skim through the passage only. I will not spend too much time on reading it. Okay, guys, shall we attack this quickly? IPM Indore has fairly like 300-word passages, fairly long, not very long, with 6 questions. Okay, fine. Let's see. Give me a second. Okay. Anxiety is an emotion that all people experience from time to time, and we do that for good reasons. There are some reasons behind anxiety. I will not explain this like a textbook passage, okay, guys? In the exam, you cannot treat it like a textbook passage and think of word by word meaning. We need to quickly try to grasp the central idea. You should focus on the central idea of each para so that your attention does not wander. Okay, quickly grasp the central idea of each para and run, and then when you answer the questions, if you have any doubts, you can revisit the passage. Okay, so there is a good reason for anxiety. It has been built into us. We have inherited it from our evolutionary past. Okay, it is part of evolution, because in general anxiety has a survival function. We know that traits which are essential for survival are inherited through evolution over the period. It kicks in whenever we sense danger. So that is the survival function. It warns us against danger or helps us handle danger. We freeze, we devote all our attention to the danger, and our bodies react with a big release of adrenaline. Okay, adrenaline, which triggers an increase in the blood flow to the muscles, getting us ready to run as fast as we can or fight as fiercely as we might. So, it has an evolutionary purpose. It helps us handle risky situations. Fine. That is the essence of the first para. Why do we have anxiety? It is part of our evolution, and we understood that. It has a physiological purpose. It helps us uh, counter or encounter a risky or threatening situation. Fine, shall we move on? Any doubts, please ask me, okay? I'm moving on quickly, not treating this like a textbook. Anxiety also helps us. So one benefit is here. Next benefit also helps us to focus on things when we have deadlines. Many of us are like that, right? Only when deadlines come and anxiety kicks in, we work at our best. Many of you may say, I work best at the last minute. That is because that anxiety actually helps us focus. And if someone is driving too fast when we cross the road, it helps us to jump out of the way quickly. Correct. When we see a speeding vehicle, it is because we get anxious that we move out, right? If we were very cool about it, we would stay there. So it helps us to focus on things. It helps us with our reflexes. That is what we may understand from here. Certain kind of reflexes. So there is nothing wrong with anxiety in general. And in fact, we would have difficulties if we did not experience it to some extent. Absolutely, right? If a vehicle is coming and we don't feel any fear or anxiety, what will happen? Imagine. So, yeah. However, it can get problematic if the danger is imagined rather than real. Yeah, that is when anxiety becomes a problem. When the danger is imagined or when it is exaggerated. For a small thing, most of us get extremely anxious. There may be a danger, but we exaggerate the danger. Yeah, that is also mentioned here, or it is something that is exaggerated. In those cases, particularly if the perceived danger is out of proportion to the real danger, exaggerated, okay? And it is persistent and disabling. Persistent, continuous anxiety, and it disables you. Then there is a danger of an anxiety disorder. So anxiety is normal, but it becomes a disorder when it is disproportionate or imagined, when it is persistent, and when it disables you. Move on. Any doubts? Tell me. Scientists are looking at what roles genes play in the development of these disorders. How genetic are they? And are also investigating the effects of environmental, genetic influence, environmental factors such as blah blah blah. I'm not reading all those factors. I just skimmed through those factors. Several parts of the brain are, so if there is a question, which of the following is not a factor investigated by the scientists, we can go there and check. Okay, don't waste your time trying to remember each and every one of them. Several parts of the brain are key actors in the production of fear and anxiety. Using brain imaging technology and neurochemical techniques, scientists have discovered that the amygdala plays a significant role in most anxiety disorders. We don't need to remember all the anatomy lessons, okay? They have said several parts of the brain, so we can understand amygdala is a part of the brain, even if you have forgotten your school biology. Yeah. By learning more about how the brain creates fear and anxiety, scientists may be able to devise better treatments for these disorders. So, amygdala plays an important role. Fine. The first psychotherapy, I'm seeing if you are asking me any questions. Nothing so far. If anybody has doubts, please ask me. The first psychotherapy treatment that was shown to be effective. So, here we are thinking of better treatments. First psychotherapy, okay, was exposure therapy, which essentially, so it is not therapy using medicines, it is psychotherapy, okay. So exposure therapy and essentially encourages people in a graded way. Graded means step by step, grade by grade, easy to difficult, to go into their feared situations and stay in them for as long as they can and build their confidence that way. Okay, this is exposure. Grade by grade, stage by stage, expose the client or the patient to what they fear and see how long they can tolerate that. That way, their confidence will increase. Another is group cognitive behavior therapy. We don't need to know what these things are because they will obviously explain it. A talking therapy that helps people to understand the link between negative thoughts and mood and how altering their behavior can enable them to manage anxiety. So, group cognitive behavior therapy is a talking therapy. That's all we need to know. Okay. So that will help them manage anxiety. We can't keep on trying to read all the details. There are, of course, drugs that can help people with anxiety, but medication will not cure an anxiety disorder. It can only help to keep it under control while the person receives psychotherapy. What can we understand from that? Psychotherapy treatments such as these can help cure anxiety disorders. While it gets cured, anxiety drugs can help control it, but drugs cannot cure. Understand that properly, okay, guys? There is plenty of evidence that exercise can help with anxiety problems. Drugs cannot cure, they can only control it. But group therapy and the other one, exposure therapy, can cure and exercise can help. When stress affects the brain with its many nerve connections, the rest of the body feels the impact as well. Okay, stress and anxiety, you know, are related, right? Exercise and other physical activity produce endorphins, which are chemicals in the brain that act as natural painkillers. Okay, so that is how exercise can help you deal with anxiety, because when you feel stress, there will be various other symptoms also in the body, and exercise will help counter some of these symptoms. Additionally, getting physically tired can help people fall asleep faster. So when you get tired through exercise and have deeper, more relaxing sleep. as many people suffering from anxiety often have problems with insomnia. Insomnia, all of you know, right? Insomnia is sleeplessness. Somna is sleep. Okay, so you have a lot of words with that root. Somnambulism is sleepwalking. I'm not explaining all of them. Somnolent is sleepy. Somnolent, sleepy. Okay, so somna is sleep. What did we say? Yeah, so how does exercise help? Anxiety is a normal but highly subjective human emotion. Okay, subjective means it changes from person to person. It is normal, but to what extent and what kind of anxiety, that varies from person to person. While normal anxiety serves a beneficial and adaptive purpose, it can also become the cause of tremendous suffering for millions of people. It is important that people recognize excessive anxiety in themselves at the earliest, as treatment can be very successful. Okay, so if it is recognized early, then treatment can be very successful. Leaving it untreated can be a misery. Fine. IPMAT Indore 2024. Easy passage, right? Anxiety is normal, but excessive and anxiety can be debilitating, disabling, debilitating, completely weakening, disabling. Word from some IPM question in the past. Okay, that's why I wrote this here. So that is the essence of the passage, and it talks about various treatments. Can we quickly look at the questions? Which of the following best indicates a relationship between anxiety and survival in the beginning, right? Despite being inherited from our evolutionary past, anxiety frequently undermines survival as it is not an integral part of human nature. Is that what the passage says? Undermines means weakens. Does the passage say that? Huh? No. Right? If you get the answer, please tell me. Okay. Anxiety. So the relationship between anxiety and survival. Okay, that is what. See, do not go into unrelated parts. What does it say about anxiety and survival? Let us see. In general, anxiety has a survival function. Okay, it kicks in whenever we sense danger, we freeze, we devote, blah 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 blah. This is the part about anxiety and survival. Do not go out of scope. Okay, if you get the answer, you can already tell me, guys. Relationship between anxiety and survival. So it doesn't say that it undermines or threatens or weakens survival, and it is an integral part of human nature. So this is wrong. Anxiety is part of our evolutionary past, yet has limited relevance now, as it does not significantly impact our chances of survival. No, wrong. It says that even now, when we see a speeding car, anxiety is what helps us move away. Okay, yeah, some answers are here. I will see. Let us see. Anxiety is ingrained within us due to our evolutionary heritage, yes, and generally serves to promote survival. That is what we just read. In general, it helps survival, right? Let us check out D also. Anxiety, an intrinsic part of human nature, often disrupts our ability to thrive by acting as an impediment to survival. Impediment means something that harms or disrupts. No, in general, it helps survival. Only when it is excessive, it is a problem. Very good, those who got the answer. C is the answer. Okay, got it? In what way might the relationship between exercise or physical activity and anxiety relief suggest a potential solution for individuals with anxiety disorders. Please check all the options. Yeah. The relationship between exercise and anxiety relief. How can it be a potential solution for individuals with anxiety disorder? Yeah. Got it? Let us see. Any answers? Okay, I'm going to read. Physical activity serves as a temporary distraction from anxiety. Does it say so? No. What is the connection? Physical activity? It makes you sleep better and it also relieves stress from various parts of the body, right? So it doesn't say it is a temporary distraction. It's long-term effects. This is not at all mentioned in the passage. Exercise-induced endorphins facilitate cognitive behavioral therapy's effectiveness. Is it? No, it doesn't say that exercise and endorphins help therapy. Cognitive behavior therapy is a kind of psychotherapy. That connection is not mentioned. Exercise may directly target the amygdala to reduce anxiety symptoms. Does the passage say so? Anxiety occurs, or amygdala is one of the areas which is responsible for anxiety, but there is no connection between amygdala and exercise in the passage. Physical activity could enhance sleep quality, indirectly lessening anxiety symptoms is what is mentioned, right? Hence D is the answer. Correct? Easy, no? I hope you all got it. In the passage, the information about anxiety treatments is organized in which of the following ways? By comparing different types of anxiety disorders. Does the passage compare different types of anxiety disorders? No. Guys, where are the answers? You can put your answers. Okay, okay. Yes, good. I was just waiting for some answers. Others also can put. By presenting contrasting viewpoints on the subject. Are there contrasting views about anxiety treatments? Are many people giving contrasting views? No. By outlining the historical development of anxiety treatments? No, there is no historical over the past, nothing like that. By discussing various treatment options and their effectiveness. Correct, right? Two types of therapy, then drugs, then exercise. Yes. So D is the answer. Fine. Very good. Many of you got it. Based on the information in the passage, which of the following statements best describes the potential danger associated with anxiety disorder? Okay. Potential danger associated with anxiety disorder. It is always indicative of an imagined danger rather than a real one. Always. Does it say so? No. Sometimes it is exaggerated also. It is not always indicative of an imagined danger, right? It is characterized by persistent and exaggerated perception of danger. Yes, it is persistent and it is often exaggerated. This could be the answer. Let us see. It occurs when the perceived danger is proportionate to the real danger. No, disproportionate. It primarily arises from genetic factors rather than environmental influences. Does it say so? No, it doesn't say it is primarily from genetic factors, does it, guys? No. If you have any doubt, just go and check, okay? Here, this is where, yeah, it can get problematic if the danger is imagined, blah, blah, blah. It is persistent and disabling, and when it is out of proportion, that is when there is a danger. It doesn't say that it is genetic. So, what is our answer? B is the answer. The passage is chiefly concerned with the central idea of the passage, investigating the physiological benefits of exercise on anxiety management. Is that the primary idea? Primary idea is what flows from the beginning to the end. This is just one of the secondary ideas. Evaluating the effectiveness of psychotherapy and medication. Is that the primary idea? No, that is also one of the secondary ideas. Okay, primary idea is what is expressed throughout the passage. Remember that, huh? Understanding the complex interplay between genetic and environmental factors in anxiety disorders. Are they talking of that? How genetic and environmental factors interact. Is that the focus? Let us see. Exploring the multifaceted nature of anxiety and its adaptive functions. So, two options we have eliminated straight away. Between C and D, what will you pick, guys? Yeah? What will you pick from C and D? Okay. Exploring the multifaceted nature of anxiety and its adaptive functions. How anxiety can help us adapt to various situations, and the multifaceted nature of anxiety will also include how to treat anxiety, etc. This interplay is not the focus of the passage, so we can go for D. Very good, guys. Most of you have got the answer. Excellent. Excellent. And that's it. Last question. Based on the information in the passage, which one of the following statements is correct? Okay. Regular exercise does little to alleviate anxiety symptoms. Does little means does not do much, does not help. Alleviate is to reduce. Okay. Alleviate is to reduce the intensity or severity. So, which means regular exercise does not alleviate anxiety symptoms and improve sleep quality. Wrong. Exposure therapy encourages individuals to face their feared situations gradually. Correct, right? Isn't this correct? Yes, in a graded manner means gradually. That's what the passage mentions. This should be correct. Cognitive behavior therapy is the most preferred treatment for anxiety disorders. No, they have spoken of group therapy as one of the therapies, but they haven't said that this is the most preferred treatment, right? Have they said anything? Exposure therapy is effective. Group cognitive behavior therapy is also effective. It does not say which one is more effective. So, no. Yeah. Medication is the first line therapy and primary cure for anxiety disorders. No. Therapy, psychotherapy is the more sustainable therapy. This is a temporary solution only. So, exposure therapy, this is correct according to the passage. Okay. So, yes, we are well in time. We managed to finish most of the questions. I have picked almost all the question types that have appeared in the recent years. Okay. Any questions for me, guys? You can expect some different question types also. Okay, you can't say that only these questions will come. IPM keeps playing around with question types, but the basic format is the same. The basic testing points are the same. Any questions for me, guys? I hope you have also understood certain tips, certain strategies. We did a quick recap of some vocab words, some grammar tips, etc. Anything more, any questions for me? Otherwise, I will not keep you. You guys have had a very, very long day, right? So, any questions? If not, we wind up. Thank you everybody, and all the very best. Do not panic, do not get stressed out. You guys are all going to be future managers. So in an exam like this, we also need to make sure that our presence of mind is intact. Okay, so you have all prepared very well, you've got enough training, you have practiced enough. Just be cool and face the exam confidently. Vocab, yeah, only the root words you can practice. Yeah, using the root words, we have given you quite a few words in class. You can practice all those words. Okay, that is enough at this point. Fine. Shall we wind up? Okay. Thank you, everybody. All the very best. I'm sure you will all do well. Winding up for now. Okay. Bye bye. Good night. Take care.